constitutional vacuum, sir. Sir, who will win that?
You have raised,
therefore, this question is very clear. Article 96 is very clear. Therefore, the House has to... Sir, my submission is, sir, the House has to select a person to sit in the chair. Sir, then they can conduct.
आप बैठ जाइए, आप बैठ जाइए, आप बैठ जाइए, स्वागत राय जी.
Please read 95(2) with me. During the absence of the Speaker from any sitting of the House or the people, the Deputy Speaker, or if he is also absent, such person as may be determined by the rules of the procedure of the House, or if no such person is present, such other person as may be determined by the House shall act as Speaker. So the main question is, Speaker is not there. Speaker is not there. Deputy Speaker has not been selected. So such other person as may be determined by the rules of procedure of the House. Has such other person been determined by the rules of procedure of the House? You are just going and sitting there. But you have not been decided, finalized by the House. Let there be a motion moved by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister.
Sri Ravi Shankar Prasad ji.
That Jagdambika Baldi. Otherwise you cannot sit.
सर, बड़ी विनम्रता से मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि किसी भी अगर प्रावधान को पढ़ा जाता है तो उसको पूर्णता में पढ़ना चाहिए. मैं 95 clause 2 को फिर पढ़ना चाहता हूं. During the absence of speaker from any sitting of the House, the people, the deputy speaker of is also absent, such person as may be determined by the rules of procedure of the House. If no such person is present, such other person as may be determined. जो rules of procedure से जो प्रेजाइड करने के लिए अधिकृत है, जिसमें आप भी आते हैं, आपको पूरा अधिकार है इस पर प्रेजाइड करने का. जब कोई ऐसा पैनल का व्यक्ति नहीं है तब आपको डिटरमिन करना पड़ेगा. इसलिए फिर मैं कह रहा हूं, कृपया करके देखिए, और इफ नो सच पर्सन, ये कॉमा, इसलिए जो ऑलरेडी डिटरमिन्ड है रूल 10 के अंतर्गत, जिसमें आप भी आते हैं, आपको पूरा अधिकार है. दूसरी बात मैं कहना चाहूंगा सर, मैं अपनी बात कंप्लीट कर लूं. आप आर्टिकल 96
शंकर जी को अलाउ किया नहीं. आर्टिकल केसी वेणुगोपाल
96 का क्लॉज देखिए. स्पीकर के बारे में इतनी बात कही जा रही है, उसमें भी स्पीकर को अधिकार है कि वहां बैठे, बोले और वोट भी दे सकता है स्पीकर, तब उसके खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई चल रही है. हाँ, जब टाई होगा तो वोट नहीं देंगे. तो सर, मेरा आपसे आग्रह है, ये सारे ऑब्जेक्शन बेबुनियाद है, इसको रिजेक्ट करिए. वो बहस से भाग रहे हैं, यही दिक्कत है. बहस कराइए, हम लोग इस पूरे प्रस्ताव को डिफीट करिए, तैयार बैठे हुए हैं.
A point of order was raised by Owaisi साहब, KC Venugopal ji, Saugat Rai ji. So regarding this point of order, admitting a motion for removal of honorable speaker does not make the office of the speaker vacant. So now it is clear the office of the speaker is not vacant, because still the matter is only under consideration. The office of the speaker will be vacant only after adoption of the resolution. What do you are saying? This is no point of order, and because of there is no merit in point of order, because only after adoption, if by majority it will be voted, then if the only can be vacant, office is. Otherwise still there is no, you can't say कि now speaker is office is vacant. ठीक.
बस ये पढ़िए. बस.
अब प्रश्न ये है, मैंने सबको अनुमति दे दिया. प्रश्न ये है कि संकल्प प्रस्तुत करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए. जो माननीय सदस्य संकल्प प्रस्तुत करने के लिए अनुमति दिए जाने के पक्ष में हो, वो कृपया अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं. 50 से अधिक सदस्य प्रस्ताव के पक्ष में खड़े हुए हैं। नियम 201(3) के अंतर्गत संकल्प प्रस्तुत करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। जावेद जी, श्री जावेद जी, अब संकल्प प्रस्तुत करिए। संकल्प प्रस्तुत करिए।
Sir, I move the following resolution that this House, having taken into consideration the conduct of the Speaker of the House as regards disallowing the leader of the opposition and other opposition leaders to speak, making unwarranted allegations against women MPs belonging to the opposition, suspending opposition MPs for an entire session for raising issues of public concern and not rebuking ruling party members for making wholly objectionable and derogatory remarks against former PMs, feel he has ceased to maintain an impartial attitude necessary to command the confidence of all sections of this House, that in his partisan attitude he disregards the right of members of the House and makes pronouncements and gives ruling calculated to effect and undermine such rights, and he openly espouses the version of the ruling party on all controversial matters, that all these acts constitute a serious danger to the proper functioning of this House and ventilating effectively the felt concern and grievances of the people, and therefore resolve that he be removed from his office.
मंत्री जी,
Permission, I rise to present a statement, Hindi and English versions, showing supplementary demand for grants, second batch for 25-26.
नियम 377 के अंतर्गत आज जो मामले उठाने हैं उनकी अनुमति दी जा रही है। वो व्यक्तिगत रूप से 20 मिनट के भीतर मामले का अनुमोदित पाठ सभा पटल पर प्रस्तुत कर सकते हैं। As you wish. 10 hours already आज इस विषय पे जिसको हमने अभी अनुमति दी है और प्रस्ताव आया है, इस पे चर्चा करने के लिए 10 घंटे का समय निर्धारित हुआ है। 10 hours और ये चर्चा 10 घंटे होगी। प्रस्ताव की अनुमति भी दे दी है और जैसा स्पष्ट है कि ये सदन में जो संविधान का आर्टिकल 94 है और लोकसभा की जो प्रक्रिया और कार्य संचालन नियमावली 200 है, इसके दोनों के अंतर्गत लोकसभा के अध्यक्ष के पद के हटाने का संबंधित जो संकल्प है उस पर चर्चा अब शुरू होने जा रही है। आर्टिकल 94 के अंदर अध्यक्ष को हटाने के लिए सदन में एक प्रस्ताव लाया जाता है। इसके पूर्व सूचना दी गई हो, लोकसभा के नियमों के अनुसार प्रक्रिया पालन किया जाए। और इसमें मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि जो रूल 200 है, एक मिनट आप सबको सदन के सामने, क्योंकि चर्चा शुरू होगी, इसमें रूल्स ऑफ प्रोसीड्यूर एंड कंडक्ट ऑफ बिजनेस इन लोकसभा है। तो नोटिस ऑफ रेजोल्यूशन फॉर रिमूवल ऑफ स्पीकर और डिप्टी स्पीकर, ए मेंबर विशिंग टू गिव नोटिस ऑफ ए रेजोल्यूशन अंडर क्लास सी ऑफ आर्टिकल 94 ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन for the removal of the speaker of the deputy speaker shall do so in writing to the Secretary General first and shall furnish the full text of such resolutions on receipt of a notice under sub rule 1. A motion for leave to move the resolution shall be entered in the list of business in the name of the member concerned on a day fixed by the speaker, provided that the day so fixed shall be any day after 14 days from the date of the receipt of notice of the resolution. Rule 200A, उसके जो ग्राह्य करने का एडमिसिबिलिटी ऑफ द रेजोल्यूशन, जो संकल्प या प्रस्ताव को ग्राह्य करना, उसमें साफ लिखा है कि इन ऑर्डर दैट सच ए रेजोल्यूशन में बी एडमिसिबल, it shall satisfy the following conditions.
Okay, we can get a market check when we come back from this break, ladies and gentlemen. The market's recovering slightly this morning. We'll get a check.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
Pure शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, everyday.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and now the government has invoked the Essential Commodities Act 1955 in order to make sure that the LPG supply across the country does not budge amid the West Asian tensions as they continue to escalate. We're getting you all the details into what's happening to the market and the war in West Asia. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Government invokes the Essential Commodities Act to ensure LPG supply, orders refineries to divert key streams. LPG committee constituted to review representations. Panel to review representations for supplies to hotels and industries. Amid the West Asia war, government issues orders to oil refineries for higher LPG production and using extra production for domestic LPG use. Crude oil prices fall 13% in 24 hours globally after crossing $110 per barrel. Crude oil eases to $88.9. Viewers, now the big story of the day. The government has invoked the Essential Commodities Act to ensure an uninterrupted supply of domestic cooking gas, now directing refineries and petrochemical units to maximize production of liquefied petroleum gas and also divert key hydrocarbon streams to the LPG pool. Now the move comes amid shortage of LPG, fuel, petroleum, crude, Brent crude because of the West Asian tensions as they continue to escalate across the Gulf region. Now remember, India also reiterated its stand that India stands secure in the face of the adversaries. In fact, India also said that it is confident that it will be able to tackle any shortage that happens or comes to the global supply of LPG, gas and fuel. Now, the government, in keeping in terms, has now invoked the Essential Commodities Act, and this is to ensure an uninterrupted supply of domestic cooking gas. In fact, India's government has taken its stand. It's made it very clear that it will rely on partners outside the Strait of Hormuz for the supply of gas and other petroleum and crude requirements. Now, they've also directed refineries and even petrochemical units to maximize the production of liquefied petroleum gas. Now, what does this exactly do? This actually helps for the LPG production to remain stable at one constant level and will also help the market to remain stable and remain put and not get volatile amid the growing West Asian escalations. Now, also remember, the government has diverted key hydrocarbon streams to the LPG pool. Cooking gas, the basic requirement of every house across the globe. That is what India is looking at first. India is securing its national interest, like it pointed out and reiterated amid the face of the ongoing war. Now remember, this also comes as India continues to play the mediator, and India has said that India will work for peace efforts and has also called for peace efforts in the Middle East. In fact, viewers, the latest that we're getting in, the government has now taken full cognizance of the issues in West Asia. In fact, the government has said that they will revoke, in fact, they have revoked the Essential Commodities Act of 1955. And this comes to secure the supply of liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, required to give a burner to every household. Now, this will also help in the production to be ramped up. Refineries like IOCL, BPCL, HPCL have been directed to maximize LPG production by prioritizing propane and butane streams, which are not to be used for petrochemicals. Now, in fact, the domestic focus of this entire move remains on the fact that the produced LPG must be sold exclusively to public sector oil marketing companies, also called the OMCs, for household cooking purposes only. A blanket move that the government has now ensured will protect commoners, will protect the Indian nationals from the surging price and the falling availability of not just LPG, petroleum, but also Brent and crude. Now also remember, this also ensures supply security. The move aims to protect over 33 crore domestic households from potential shortages due to disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz, which has been turning volatile over IRGC's violence caused in the Strait of Hormuz.
ஈரான் போர் பதற்றம் காரணமாக கேஸ்
Viewers, this is the Election Commission's news conference. Now remember, it comes at the heels of the opposition carrying out a complete ruckus show in the parliament. The showdown, which has continued for a second day, started yesterday over the war in West Asia and today has come to the point of them asking for the Speaker Om Birla to be removed over charges that he has been biased towards the opposition members and the women of the opposition. Now remember, this is happening live in Kolkata and this is the Election Commission's conference. Also comes at the heels of Mamata Banerjee being embroiled in an SIR conspiracy against the government.
नहीं अभी तक हमारा कोई दिक्कत नहीं है दिक्कत है हमारा सब ठीक है सबका दादा किसी के पास कोई कैमरा में ऑडियो नहीं है 5 मिनट दीजिए इसी ऑफिस गणेश कुमार खुद हैरान है.
Now viewers, the EC bench is visiting Kolkata, West Bengal, and this visit was in fact scheduled earlier also. In fact, poll dates are likely to be announced soon, right after the EC bench's visit to Kolkata. Now, Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar and even Election Commission's full bench will review the poll preparedness in Kolkata.
इस चालू रहता है, ये पद खाली नहीं रह सकता. ये जो गलत इंटरप्रिटेशन करे, एक सीमित उद्देश्य के लिए ही मैं खड़ा हूँ.
मैं इसमें कह दूं कि बात अभी माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने कही है. अगर ये हाउस डिजॉल्व भी हो जाए तब भी स्पीकर का पद रहता है जब तक कि नया सदन गठन न हो जाए और जब तक नया सरकार या नई स्पीकर का चुनाव नहीं होता है. अब गौरव गोगोई जी,
आपका रूलिंग गलत है.
संविधान की बात कर रहे हैं.
You must read, Mr. Suresh. If I am mentioning from chair, तो I think
मैं दोबारा पूछ रहा हूँ. पैनल ऑफ चेयरपर्सन है. पैनल में से कौन से चेयरपर्सन सदन में बैठेंगे जब अध्यक्ष का रिमूवल का पिटीशन हो रहा है? ये कहाँ पे डिसाइड हुआ है? नहीं तो एज पर 95(2) द हाउस शुड डिटरमिन दैट व्हिच पर्सन विल एक्ट एज स्पीकर. हाउस ने डिटरमिन नहीं किया है सर, और ये बार-बार रिकॉर्ड में जाना चाहिए सर. द स्पीकर हैज द राइट टू स्पीक. He can take part, but he cannot preside, sir. And by so while the chairperson, a selected chairperson, has been chosen from the panel, that is a clear exercise of the power of the speaker, which is not allowed. It's a violation of the constitution, और यही हम देख रहे हैं. यही हम देख रहे हैं पिछले 5 साल से, क्योंकि आज आप, जिसे हमारे ऑनरेबल कॉलीग वेणुगोपाल जी ने कहा कि इससे पहले भी 3 बार इस लोकसभा सदन के अंदर अविश्वास प्रस्ताव आया है. 87, 56 और 66 और 54 में. और 1987 की बात करें, 1966 की बात करें, जब मोशन वाज मूव्ड अगेंस्ट द स्पीकर, अ डेप्यूटी स्पीकर वाज सिटिंग ऑन द चेयर. अ डेप्यूटी स्पीकर वाज स्पीकिंग ऑन द चेयर. और आज ऑपोजिशन इंडिया अलायंस के लगभग 200 सांसद होने के पश्चात भी आज यहां पे डेप्यूटी स्पीकर नहीं है. इस प्रकार का सदन चल रहा है. यहाँ देश को पता चलना चाहिए, कि सदन कैसे चल रहा है. इस सदन के अंदर सर ये माइक भी अब एक अस्त्र बन गया है. ये माइक भी एक अस्त्र है. ये माइक भी एक अस्त्र है, जिस अस्त्र को यहाँ पे सुविधा के रूप से सत्ता पक्ष को दिया जाता है और विपक्ष को, विशेष रूप से एलओपी को, उनके न बोलने के लिए ये माइक उनको नहीं मिलता. ये माइक नहीं मिलता. ये आरोप नहीं है, ये यही मोशन है. ये आरोप नहीं है, यही मोशन है. मोशन क्या है? That this house, having taken into consideration the conduct of the Speaker of the House as regards disallowing the leader of the opposition and other opposition leaders to speak. कैसे डिसअलाउ होता है? जब माइक ही आप लोग देते नहीं हो. जब माइक ही नहीं आता है, ऐसे डिसअलाउ होता है. आज देश को पता चलना चाहिए किस प्रकार से ये लोकतंत्र चल रहा है, किस प्रकार से सदन की नियमों का उल्लंघन हो रहा है, किस प्रकार से संसद का और सदन की मर्यादा का उल्लंघन हो रहा है. ये सर, ये रेजोल्यूशन किसी विशेष व्यक्ति के खिलाफ नहीं है और हम दुखी भी हैं। हमें विशेष रूप से कोई प्रसन्नता नहीं है, कोई खुशी नहीं है, कोई
Honorable Election Commissioner Dr. Sukhbir Singh Sandhu ji, Honorable Election Commissioner Dr. Vivek Joshi ji, Senior Officers of the Commission, the Chief Electoral Officer West Bengal, my friends from media, and through you, पश्चिम बंगेर शोकल मानुस के आमार शुभेच्छा। पश्चिम बंगाल के सभी लोगों को मेरी शुभेच्छा और शुभकामनाएं। आगे आने वाले वेस्ट बंगाल के चुनावों की तैयारी की समीक्षा के लिए पूरा आयोग पिछले 2 दिन से पश्चिम बंगाल में है और चुनाव की हर तैयारियों के ऊपर चुनाव आयोग ने अपनी पूरी समीक्षा की है। आपसे मिलने से ठीक पहले चुनाव आयोग ने चुनाव के आधार स्तंभ बूथ लेवल ऑफिसर्स के साथ चर्चा की। नए वोटर्स को भी सांकेतिक तौर पर एपिक कार्ड्स दिए गए और इलेक्शन के आइकॉन के तौर पर भी इलेक्शंस के आइकॉन्स को सम्मानित किया गया। जैसा आप सबको पता है, द डेमोक्रेसी रन्स वेरी डीप in West Bengal. Consistently, the voting percentages have been very high. The total electors in West Bengal are equal to France, Australia, and Uruguay. The size of West Bengal is so large. In West Bengal, the electors and public at large respects the Constitution of India and believes in peaceful and participatory elections, which are foundation of any democracy. Our national song, Jan Gan Man Adhinayak Jai Hai, was composed in West Bengal by Rabindranath Tagore. Our national song Vande Mataram was also composed by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee ji from this soil. So we are proud to have national anthem as well as national song, both coming from the proud soil of West Bengal. The West Bengal's glorious treasure of culture, art, music and science is known not only to India, but the entire world. Today from Kolkata, the city of joy, I appeal to all the voters of West Bengal, पश्चिम बंगाल के सभी मतदाताओं से चुनाव आयोग यह आह्वान करता है कि आगामी चुनाव हिंसा रहित और दबाव रहित वातावरण में होंगे और जो ये डेमोक्रेसी का फेस्टिवल है उसमें पश्चिम बंगाल के सभी मतदाता अपना मतदान करने अवश्य आएंगे। चुनाव पूर्वो पश्चिम बोंगेर गर्वो, चुनाव का पर्व पश्चिम बंगाल का गर्व। इन शब्दों के साथ चुनाव आयोग की तरफ से एक प्रेजेंटेशन है जिसको हम आपके समक्ष रखते हुए सभी मतदाताओं को आगामी चुनावों के बारे में बताना चाहेंगे। पश्चिम बंगाल में कुल मिलाकर 294 सीटें हैं।
और देश के सेना को आदरणीय उनके रक्षा के जो विभाग के जो मंत्री हैं, जब उनकी जरूरत थी, जिस तत्परता रक्षा मंत्री को दिखानी चाहिए थी, उस समय रक्षा मंत्री ने तत्परता नहीं दिखाई। घंटों तक उनको रुकना पड़ा, घंटों तक उनको रुकना पड़ा। और जब हमारे में सर हमारा एक पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप है, यहाँ पे पाकिस्तान की तरह हमारे यहाँ पे मिलिट्री लीडरशिप नहीं है। हमारा भारत का सेना डिसिप्लिन्ड है, वो हमेशा पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप को देखता है कि पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप क्या चाहती है। तो जिस समय भारत के सीमा के उस पार पड़ोसी देश के टैंक्स आ रहे हैं, भारत का सेना अपने राजनीतिक नेतृत्व की मांग कर रहा है, गुहार लगा रहा है कि मैं क्या करूं, तो देश का मुखिया कहता है जो उचित लगे कर लो। मतलब आत्मसमर्पण करना है तो कर लो, जंग लड़ना है तो कर लो, बातचीत करनी है तो कर लो। ये है नेतृत्व। ये आज मैं नेतृत्व पे क्यों आ रहा हूं, क्योंकि ये जो सदन में जिस प्रकार का माहौल है वो इसलिए है कि आज का देश का नेतृत्व कमजोर है, आज का देश का नेतृत्व बुज़दिल है, कमजोर और बुज़दिल आज का देश का नेतृत्व।
ये स्पीकर के खिलाफ आपने नो कॉन्फिडेंस दिया है।
हाँ जी,
ये स्पीकर के खिलाफ, सरकार के खिलाफ तो नहीं है ना। आप इसमें स्पीकर के जो कंटेस्ट आपने दिए हैं,
हाँ जी,
आप वहीं तक सीमित रहेंगे।
वहीं तक सीमित हो सर?
बिल्कुल नहीं, आप
वहीं तक सीमित हो।
नहीं, तो आखिर वहां तक कहाँ सीमित?
एलओपी को उन्होंने नहीं बोलने दिया।
नहीं दिया उस दिन,
एलओपी को नहीं बोलने दिया मोशन ऑफ थैंक्स में सर। वही तो मैं उसी का मैं बात कर रहा हूँ।
उस दिन भी
उसी का मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। जब एलओपी ने कहा दिस वाजंट द ओनली ट्रूथ highlighted by the LOP, सर आई एम नॉट, सर यही है सर, यही है सर। देश को देखना चाहिए सर,
संसदीय कार्य मंत्री
देश को देख, ये आई एम नॉट यील्डिंग सर।
मेरा सिर्फ अनुरोध है,
मैं कह रहा हूँ
आप स्पीकर के रेजोल्यूशन पे चर्चा हो रहे हैं, उन्होंने और भी पॉइंट्स कहे, हम टोक सकते थे, लेकिन मेरा अनुरोध इतना ही है क्योंकि उन्होंने कई विषय पे चर्चा की है, नेतृत्व तो कुछ छुए हैं। जब हमारा जवाब होगा आप लोग उसमें सुनना पड़ेगा, आप लोग उसमें टोकना नहीं है। आप स्पीकर का चर्चा से ऊपर आप चले गए हैं,
संसदीय शब्द निकाल
और जो असंसदीय शब्द उन्होंने इस्तेमाल किए हैं, अनपार्लियामेंट्री वर्ड्स इस्तेमाल किए, उसको रिकॉर्ड से हटाना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल, जो असंसदीय है उसको मैं दिखवा के निकाल दूंगा।
सर भविष्य में जब पार्लियामेंट्री रिकॉर्ड्स को देखते हुए जब रिसर्च होगा, ट्रांसक्रिप्ट्स देखे जाएंगे, तो ये भी एक रिसर्च होगा कि सबसे विपक्ष के बोलते हुए सबसे ज्यादा इंटरप्शन करने वाले पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर किरण रिजिजू जी होंगे। स्टैटिस्टिक्स बोलेंगे,
गृह मंत्री जी
स्टैटिस्टिक्स बोलेंगे।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर मैं भी विधानसभा में रह चुका हूं। उनको तभी खड़ा होना पड़ता है जब पार्लियामेंट चलने के नियमों से दूर कोई चीज होती है। ये बात सही है कि पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर के नाते सबसे ज्यादा इंटरप्ट किरण रिजिजू ने किया है, मैं सहमत हूं, मगर ऐसा इरिस्पॉन्सिबल विरोध पक्ष भी कभी नहीं आया।
सर अच्छा हुआ सर, अध्यक्ष महोदय, अच्छा हुआ कि भाषा की जो दायरा हम बांध रहे थे वो आदरणीय गृह मंत्री ने उसको थोड़ा और उसको बड़ा कर दिया, तो हमें भी उससे थोड़ा उससे अवसर मिलेगा। सर दूसरी बात, जिस बात पर बार बार आदरणीय एलओपी जी को टोका जा रहा था वो इस बात पे था कि अमेरिका में यूएस डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ जस्टिस में एक ऑनगोइंग इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है जहां पर भारत के एक बड़े उद्योगपति का नाम है और भारत के सरकार के मंत्री का नाम है। क्यों यहां पर उस विषय पर चर्चा नहीं होती है? इस बात पर जब एलओपी रहते हैं तो उनको बार बार इंटरप्ट किया जाता है।
जी एक मिनट मैं आपको इंटरप्ट करना चाहता हूं। अगर आप अध्यक्ष के खिलाफ लाए हैं तो आप खुद ही नहीं, या तो अध्यक्ष के खिलाफ बोलने के लिए आपके पास कुछ है नहीं। अगर आज आपने अविश्वास प्रस्ताव अध्यक्ष के खिलाफ दिया है, मैं कहता हूं उनके खिलाफ बोलने के लिए अगर आपके लिए है, इतना आपने बड़ा प्रस्ताव दिया उनके खिलाफ, उनको रिमूवल के लिए, तो आज उनके रिमूवल के सवाल पे उठाइए। कौन मंत्री कौन कहां पे, नहीं उन्होंने गृह मंत्री ने आई हैव ऑलरेडी नहीं पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर इज ऑल राइट टू इंटरवीन एट एनी मोमेंट, या सरकार के मंत्री इंटरवीन कर सकते हैं। और अगर वो आपको कह रहे हैं तो इससे आप इसका मतलब स्पीकर के खिलाफ नहीं बोलना चाहते, आप केवल सरकार के खिलाफ बोलना चाहते हैं, तो प्रस्ताव तक रहिए। मेरा काम है, आपको प्रस्ताव तक सीमित रहना होगा। आपको इस प्रस्ताव जो आपने दिया है आप उस प्रस्ताव पे बोलेंगे, ये मेरा आग्रह है।
सर यही हुआ था जिसके, और यही प्रस्ताव में हमने यही तो लाया है सर कि एलओपी कौन से वो बातें कर रहे थे जब उनको बोलने नहीं दिया। सदन में रिकॉर्ड में जाना चाहिए सर कि एलओपी जब बोलना चाहते थे कौन से विषय पर बोलना चाहते थे, नहीं तो बहुत जनरल एलिगेशन आ जाएगा। जनरल एलिगेशन नहीं होना चाहिए, स्पेसिफिक होना चाहिए, स्पेसिफिक इंस्टेंसेस होना चाहिए। हम भी अगर अविश्वास प्रस्ताव ला रहे हैं अध्यक्ष महोदय के खिलाफ और बोल रहे हैं कि उनको एलओपी को बोलने नहीं देते, तो हमें भी प्रमाण देना पड़ेगा, और वही प्रमाण मैं आपको दे रहा हूं। आप फरवरी 26 का एलओपी स्पीच का ट्रांसक्रिप्ट देख लीजिए, वही रिकॉर्ड से मैं पढ़ रहा हूं कि बार बार 20 बार उनको टोका गया, वो कौन से विषय पे वो बोल रहे थे। तो दूसरा विषय उन्होंने ये कहा था, he questioned about the millions of pages released from the US Department of Justice regarding which the world is questioning. The file contains names of very famous businessman who is known to be very close to this ruling government. The file also contains uncomfortable truth that a minister has been named in this ongoing global investigation in other parts of the world.
गौरव गोगोई जी, गौरव गोगोई, इसी का क्या है? कौन है?
202
एक मिनट आप रुकिए। आप गौरव गोगोई जी, मैं चेयर से कहना चाहता हूं कि अगर इफ विल गो थ्रू Rule 202A only provide that the discussion on the resolution shall be strictly confined to the charges preferred in the resolution. जो resolution में charges है, आपको only you have to confine. Only Rule 202A provide.
वही तो कह रहा हूँ सर.
My members are requested. You are also, and I will request to all the members.
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ सर.
कृपया Rule 202A में जो हम members are only requested that they may speak only on the charge and preferred. आप जो चार्जेज है उस पे बोलिए।
वही चार्ज पे तो बोल रहा हूं सर।
नहीं, आप चार्ज से अलग हटके बोलिए।
चार्ज पे नहीं बोल, चार्ज से अलग नहीं है सर। चार्ज से अलग नहीं है सर। चार्ज पे हूं मैं।
नहीं गौरव जी,
चार्ज में मैं ही हूं सर।
गौरव जी,
उन्होंने
आप बात करते हैं चार्ज की, लेकिन आप बड़ी खूबसूरती से चार्ज के बजाय आप उसी विषय पर लाना चाहते हैं। नहीं, लेकिन आप वो चीजें ले जाना चाहते हैं जो इस चार्ज से कोई उसका नहीं।
सर चार्ज से ही है।
नहीं, आप केवल जो उससे
चार्ज से ही है।
बिल्कुल नहीं,
चार्ज से ही है।
कहाँ है
सर?
वो कार्रवाई का हिस्सा नहीं बनेगा। आप कहेंगे कोई
रेजोल्यूशन पढ़ता हूं सर, that this house having taken into consideration the conduct of the Speaker of the House as regards disallowing the leader of the opposition to speak. When on this, I am substantiating this happened during the motion of thanks to the President's address in the month of February, when the Honorable Leader of Opposition was disallowed to speak. I am substantiating this resolution. What was he saying? At that point, the LOP also talked about the trade deals between US and India. He talked about, he asked a very simple question, that what made India get into haste and get into a deal which is not even in our favor? All these concessions that India was giving in our agricultural market, concessions that India government is giving to the US government, which is detrimental to the interest of our farmers. Those particular crops which have been listed, potatoes was listed. Potatoes are huge, sir. आप यूपी से आते हैं, आपको भी पता है सर कि आलू की खेती उत्तर प्रदेश के कितने लिए, वहां के किसानों के लिए कितनी महत्वपूर्ण चीज है। और आज ये जो आलू का पे जो ट्रेड हुआ, किस कारण से आज प्रधानमंत्री, हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने एक ऐसे डील को उन्होंने समर्थन किया जो हमारे आलू के किसान के खिलाफ है? ऐसा क्या दबाव था? और यही चीज एलओपीजी ने कहा कि दबाव हो सकता है कि डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ जस्टिस में जो एक ऑनगोइंग इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है एक विशेष उद्योगपति के खिलाफ, उस कारण से हमारी सरकार, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री दबाव में आए, या एप्स्टाइन फाइल्स में और भी नाम है, इसलिए हमारे देश की सरकार हमारे दबाव में आए? नहीं तो क्यों?
नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं उस दिन भी 50 मिनट 30 सेकंड बोलने का उनका मौका मिला, और बात केवल ये थी कि जो चीज़ प्रकाशित नहीं थी, जो कहीं उसको बिना पूर्व नोटिस दिए हुए उस बात को उठाना चाहते थे, इसके बावजूद भी एलओपी हैज गिवन ए सफिशिएंट टाइम। फिर जब किसी दूसरे मेंबर का नाम नहीं पुकारा गया, हाउस एडजर्न हुआ, दोबारा फिर एलओपी को ही बुलाया गया। और आप अगर आप समय देख लें कि एलओपी ने कितना समय लिया, तो आखिर नहीं देखा, नहीं रिप्लाई देंगे नहीं, बट आई एम सिटिंग हियर, आई एम सिटिंग। मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि आप देखिए, आप चार्जेस की बात कर रहे हैं स्पीकर के खिलाफ, उनके रिमूवल को लाए हैं आप। नहीं, देश इस बात को भी तो देख रहा कि आप बात कर रहे हैं लोकसभा के माननीय अध्यक्ष के रिमूवल के प्रस्ताव पे, उस प्रस्ताव में जो आपने दिए हैं उसको, और आप उसके साथ जो विषय उससे नहीं जुड़ा है, नहीं, और ये बात कहाँ आई? नहीं, आप इससे सीधे मतलब वो विषय उसके बाद भी दे रहे हैं। चलिए गौरव को गई
सर, ऐसा कुछ उस समय भी हुआ जब आदरणीय एलओपी बोलना चाहते थे। उस समय क्या हुआ? When the leader of opposition attempted to bring critical matters to light, the speaker demanded that he authenticate the documents being cited. With due respect to the chair, the LOP did not deny this request. He agreed. He says, I will perform the authentication. पर जैसे ही वो आगे आए, ट्रेजरी बेंच से सारे मंत्री खड़े हो गए उस टाइम। However, despite this compliance, the visible discomfort of the treasury benches repeatedly manifested as loud interruptions, effectively stopping the LOP's address. क्यों सर? जब रूलिंग आए ऑथेंटिकेट करने के लिए, LOP चाहते थे ऑथेंटिकेट करने के लिए, उस समय भी ट्रेजरी बेंच को इतनी आपत्ति क्यों? क्या वो नहीं चाहते कि वो सेना के बारे में जो बात करें वो रिकॉर्ड में जाए? एक फॉर्मर चीफ वो एक बात रख रहे हैं, किसी गंभीरता से रख रहे होंगे, वो चाहे वो किताब प्रकाशित हो भारत के अंदर या ना हो, एक फॉर्मर चीफ के बात को हम इतने आसानी से उसको परे कर देंगे क्योंकि उनका लिखा हुआ किताब खाली प्रकाशित नहीं हुआ? क्या उनके कहने की जो बातें हैं, क्या वो खोखला हो जाते हैं? क्या वो बातें कह रहे हैं, क्या वो मूल्यहीन हो जाते हैं? क्या उनका कोई अर्थ नहीं? क्या उनका कोई तर्क नहीं? क्या वो झूठ बोल रहे हैं? क्या ये सरकार कहना चाहती है कि नवराणे जी झूठ बोल रहे हैं जब उन्होंने कहा कि प्रधानमंत्री से ये आवाज आई कि जो भी उचित है वो कर लो?
आप आज क्या बोल रहे हैं? ये फिर आप नहीं देखिए, आप बार बार मेरे कहने के नहीं, आप उस सब नहीं जो सदस्य, जो माननीय सदस्य इस सदन का नहीं उसका रेफरेंस दे रहे हैं। और नहीं आप लोग बोलिए। और अगर आप इस तरीके से कह रहे हैं, आप जो आपने स्पीकर के खिलाफ लगाए वो उस पर कुछ कहिए, या तो कुछ उस पर कहने के लिए नहीं है, आप केवल सरकार पे बोल रहे हैं। तो
सर जिस समय
मिस्टर सुरेश, यू आर सिटिंग from, I think so, if I have allowed to Mr. Gaurav, how you can speak? You are sitting there. So only I have allowed to Mr. Gaurav. Kindly take.
सर सभापति महोदय, जब LOP ये बात उठा रहे थे और वहाँ सदन सत्ता पक्ष से विरोध आ रहे थे,
उठा रहे थे नहीं उठा रहे तो मौजूद भी नहीं है, तो हम मौजूद भी नहीं है कि उठा रहे थे नहीं।
सर अध्यक्ष महोदय, सभापति महोदय नाराज मत होइए।
मौजूद भी नहीं है।
सभापति महोदय नाराज मत होइए।
हम नाराज नहीं,
नाराज मत होइए।
वो उठा रहे थे नहीं उठा रहे थे।
हंसते रहिए सर।
वो होते तो खड़े होकर
सभापति महोदय हंसते रहिए।
वो खड़े होकर कहते हैं हाँ मैं उठा रहा था।
आप हंसते रहिए।
मौजूद भी नहीं है।
आप मुस्कुराते रहिए। आप मुस्कुराते रहिए।
लेकिन वो है नहीं।
आप मुस्कुराते रहिए सर। जिस समय नेता विपक्ष अपनी बात रख रहे थे, सत्ता पक्ष बार बार और विभिन्न मंत्री, रक्षा मंत्री, पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मंत्री टोक रहे थे, तो उस समय सदन की संचालन अध्यक्ष महोदय कर रहे थे, पैनल ऑफ चेयरपर्सन कर रहे थे। और इसीलिए आज जब हम रेजोल्यूशन ये ला रहे हैं कि बार बार नेता विपक्ष को नहीं मौका मिलता बोलने के लिए, देश के अहम मुद्दों को उठाने के लिए, तो उस समय सदन का संचालन की कर्तव्य किसके अधिकार में थी, उस बात को हम उठा रहे हैं सर।
खुद कहा, आपने खुद कहा, एक मिनट गौरव जी, मैं मुस्कुरा के कह रहा हूं, आपने खुद कहा कि मान लिया कोई चीज पब्लिश नहीं है, आपने ये कहा कि अगर पब्लिश नहीं भी थी भारत में फिर भी उसको उठाएं। तो मैं कह रहा हूं कि पब्लिश अगर नहीं है, पब्लिश नहीं तो इसका मतलब है कि वो पब्लिक डोमेन में नहीं है, और जब पब्लिश नहीं तो पब्लिक डोमेन नहीं है, और पब्लिक डोमेन में नहीं है तो आप इसको सदन में कैसे उठाएंगे? सदन में कैसे उठाएंगे?
सर ये जो किताब की बात है, जहां तक मेरी जानकारी, नॉट पब्लिश्ड इन इंडिया।
आपका भाषण कंटिन्यू रहेगा। लंच के लिए हम ब्रेक करते हैं। ये सभा की कार्रवाई 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित करते हैं।
All right, viewers, Lok Sabha has now, in fact, gone into a recess, a lunch, in fact, and what was being witnessed was a showdown over opposition's motion to remove the speaker. And while they moved the resolution to remove the speaker, they also rigged up the issue of Naravne's book again, to which government also reacting very strongly. Amit Shah, in fact, accusing the opposition of being the most irresponsible opposition that India has seen so far. So essentially a showdown now being witnessed in the lower house of the parliament, Lok Sabha. This comes up as Gaurav Gogoi also rigged up the issue of the US deal, saying that the government gave some concessions to the US while signing the free trade agreement. He continues to say and reiterates Congress's accusations that the government compromised on the interests of the farmers as they signed the free trade agreement with the United States. Now, those are the latest allegations being made by the Congress in Lok Sabha as we witnessed a showdown in the parliament. And now, viewers, moving on to another breaking news. US Navy's EA-18G Growler is now seen in these visuals, in fact, taking off the deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln. Now, we are given to understand it's taking off to carry out more strikes on Iranian targets. That's what we're looking at, and visuals on your screen as the fighter jet takes off from USS Abraham Lincoln. It's the US aircraft carrier group right now in the Middle East. This as the war in West Asia enters its day 10. Now, those are the visuals on your screen. As you can see, the American jet taking off from USS Abraham Lincoln to carry out more strikes on Iran. Now, those are exclusive visuals, in fact, coming from the war zone areas, viewers. And Republic has accessed those visuals. You can see on your screen American jet, in fact, taking off from USS Abraham Lincoln as it now carry out more strikes on the Iranian targets. And this updates coming on the day 11 of the war in West Asia continues.
ये इस प्रकार की सोच रख रही है कि यह धर्म विशेष के लोग कापुरुष हैं और इनको मार दिया जाएगा, केवल मैं ही शील्ड हूं, तो ये ठीक उसी प्रकार का बयान है जैसे अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी ने कहा था कि 15 सेकंड के लिए पुलिस हटा के देखो, 15 मिनट के लिए पुलिस हटा के देखो, फिर हिंदुओं का क्या होगा आप जान जाएंगे। ममता बनर्जी has just repeated Akbaruddin Owaisi's statement in different words. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, viewers, that was BJP's reaction on the earlier statement made by Mamata Banerjee. In fact, West Bengal CM had earlier said, we exist, which is why all of you are safe. If one community surrounds you, they will finish you off in 1 second. That was the statement made by the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. And now, in fact, BJP reacting strongly to that statement, that remark made by the West Bengal CM, that it is only Owaisi's earlier controversial remark that is now being rephrased by the West Bengal CM. That is what the BJP is now saying on the controversial remark that was made by Mamata Banerjee earlier. Now, let me also tell our viewers what exactly the West Bengal Chief Minister said. She said, we exist, and that is why all of you are safe. If one community surrounds you, they will finish you off in 1 second. Now, BJP calling out that statement as fear-mongering, communal fear-mongering that Mamata Banerjee is now engaging in ahead of elections in the state. All right, now viewers are moving on to more developments coming to light from West Asia. Saudi's Aramco CEO has now released a statement saying there would be catastrophic consequences. In fact, heading out to... That's the statement that has come in. Aramco CEO now says it may face drastic consequences. Now, remember, Aramco has in fact come under repeated attacks from Iranian drones. And now the CEO himself has come out to release a statement saying that there could be major consequences for the world's oil markets. The longer the disruption goes on and the more the drastic the consequences, in fact, will become for the global economy. Now, viewers, ever since the war started in West Asia, we have been looking at repercussions on the global economy, the oil economy specifically. And now Aramco CEO also warning the world of major and drastic consequences if the war continues to drag on. He says there will be some major repercussions for the global economy if the war continues to drag on. That's the latest statement being made by the Aramco CEO. Remember, Aramco refinery in Saudi Arabia has come under repeated attacks. It's one of the major oil giants of the region. It had to, in fact, shut down its operation on temporary basis due to Iranian drone attacks. All right, my colleague Gesu now joins me in more details. Gesu, we've got a warning coming in from Aramco CEO clearly saying that if the war drags on, there will be major consequences on the global economy.
That's not the only thing that he said. In fact, the most important thing that he's pointed out is that this will have catastrophic effects, yes, on the global oil markets. He's also said that a contingency plan is in place and the east-west corridor is being used full throttle to now meet customer demands and supply demands across the globe. Now remember, Aramco, Babco, one of the biggest oil suppliers across the globe, have been hit in multiple missile raids. Now also, Amin Nasir, the CEO of Aramco, has said that this is the lowest that the oil inventory with the company has been in the last 5 years, and that in itself is enough to remind you of the impact that this war has on energy infrastructure, on oil supply routes across the globe. Now also remember, he said that the price surge will be unimaginable if this continues and if the war does not come to a standstill or at least a short de-escalation. Now this also comes as various other oil refineries across the Gulf region continue to remain under attack. Now, very interestingly, Ishita, West Asia has been in war before also, but energy infrastructure, oil supply routes were never touched. This war has changed that completely. It's in fact flipped that narrative straight onto its face, with oil refineries and energy infrastructure now being at the middle of the violence of this entire war, in fact. Ishita.
Right, of course, Kesu, we're already looking at major repercussions being felt across the world. We're looking at repercussions on global economy. And now he's also, pointed out some sectors. He says aviation, agriculture, these are the sectors that will be bearing the brunt of this energy crisis.
Exactly, and Ishita, you'd be surprised to know that he had earlier given out a statement saying that the company is performing really well. The demands have in fact increased for global supply of oil and petroleum and gas, and he said that 2026 could be a table-turning year for the company when it comes to its stocks, when it comes to the oil prices, the oil supply markets, and however that has actually that narrative has fallen face flat. That hope that their markets were aiming at has fallen face flat, with the Gulf now being at war. In fact, he's also said that, of course, aviation that relies heavily on oil and gas supply, not just that, home cooking also. We're looking at the Indian government now, putting in place the Commodities Act from 1955 to actually fulfill the demands for liquefied petroleum gas. So something as basic as home cooking gas is also dependent on these global supply routes, and everything comes to a standstill. Not just the aviation ministry that will stall all travel, but also major industries will see a complete fall down because of the oil surge, not just in the prices, but also the fall in supply, as the supplies themselves take one of the biggest hit of this entire war that's ongoing in West Asia. Ishita.
Right, of course, Gesu, we're looking at domino effect now being visible across essential sectors because of this crisis erupting from West Asia. Thank you so much for joining us. And now we will be moving on to another breaking news coming in. Iranian government spokesperson has now said about 193 children have been killed in the US and Israeli attack. So that's a big number of the casualties that has been in fact put up by Iranian spokesperson. He says over 193 children. This is just the number of children which have been killed in this 11-day war so far. That's the number given by Iran. In fact, at this point, 193 casualties have taken place due to Israel and the US strikes, and these are just children who have lost their lives in the country due to the continuous strikes, continuous bombing by US and in fact Israel. Now viewers, that's the number we're looking at this point on day 11 of West Asia war. 193 children have lost their lives in the US and Israeli strikes which have been carried out against Iran. We've seen carpet bombing being carried out across the country, and the figure has now been put up by Iran as saying about 193 children have lost their lives in these war operations that continue to impact their country. That's the latest number, in fact, that has been put up by Iran, saying casualties. In fact, if you look at the casualties at large, they've crossed the 1,000 mark already. But specifically in terms of children, Iran has now put up a number saying about 193 children have been killed in the US and Israeli strikes all across the country of Iran. Now, viewers, it is day 11, and this is the number at which the casualties stand. And now, viewers, in an exclusive conversation with our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami, Israeli spokesperson David Mincer rejected the claims of bombing Iranian school. This as Israel is confronted on February 28th strike, specifically when a deadly missile strike demolished a girls' school in Minab, southern Iran. And the number of civilians, in fact, were killed in the same, which includes children, ought to have viewed this strike now as a war crime, and Israel's war ally, US, has now also spoken out condemning the school bombing and also cautioning Israel of the targets, in fact.
David Mincer joining me right now is the Israel PMO spokesperson. He serves as the Israeli government spokesperson for the National Public Diplomacy Directorate in the Prime Minister's office. Mr. Mincer, even the Americans have now criticized the wide-ranging attacks in Tehran. Lindsey Graham, who virtually speaks for Trump, has said that you're overdoing it, and has said that you need to be more careful and more selective about the targets you select, not to do this in a way that does not allow the Iranian people the right to a new and better life. Why this public rebuke by Lindsey Graham.
Good to be with you. Good to be with you, Arnab. If I may say very respectfully, I think that this is not your story that you're reporting is not correct. I can tell you that the Prime Minister and President Trump are absolutely shoulder to shoulder in this campaign. They are having regular conversations, sometimes once a day, sometimes even more than that. And we are absolutely side by side in this campaign against the Iranian regime. There is no daylight between the two countries. We're working hand in hand, our militaries, our air forces, and certainly our leaders. And it's because of the foresight of Prime Minister Netanyahu and the determination of President Trump that we've got to where we've got to. But this Operation Roaring Lion, it's certainly directed against the Iranian terror regime and certainly not Iran's people. What we're doing is we're creating a portal, a door, if you like, where the Iranian people can walk through to get freedom, the freedom which they've been denied by the regime. Now, our policy is crystal clear, whether in the US or Israel, we never target civilians, never target civilians. And now this is in direct contrast to the Iranian regime. Now, myself and my children, we've been running in and out of bomb shelters. Last week, I joined the Prime Minister on a visit to a synagogue which was destroyed, by an Iranian ballistic missile. 9 people were killed in that incident. I looked around that synagogue. I saw a burnt down synagogue. But you know what I didn't see, Arnab? I didn't see any military or police or any state infrastructure, which means that, as is the definition of terror, the Iranians are systematically trying to terrorize our people, as they have 47 years. So this story of saying that there's a rift between our two countries,
I'm not saying that
there is no rift.
I'm not saying that there is any rift between Netanyahu and Trump. That would be taking it too far. However, I don't think Lindsey Graham would have made that statement without some kind of unofficial approval. Maybe
Lindsey Graham visits our office practically weekly. He's extremely close to the Prime Minister. What you said is correct. I think Lindsey Graham does work very closely with President Trump.
Then why did he say, please be cautious? I'm aware that he's most for the war with Iran and for bringing down the regime, not today, but over a long period of time. I am only curious why he had to publicly, if he works so closely with you, why does he have to publicly say, please be cautious about the targets you select? Why did he say that publicly to the Israelis?
Senator Graham, who is very close with our Prime Minister, he understands how careful Israel is when it goes directly after the regime targets themselves, after the regime targets. Now, the Iranian public themselves have suffered decades of repression under the Ayatollahs, and the weakening of this regime will create conditions for a freer and more peaceful future. So our fight is with the tyrannical Iranian regime in Tehran, and certainly not with the people of Iran.
I'm sure,
and you will have seen, as I have.
I'm sure you believe in what you say, but now it has been widely reported with video evidence, David, and now this is getting very serious. You see, this is not about who's right and who's wrong, but the video is out, and it's been reported everywhere now. Including the New York Times. Please allow me, I can't be off, he has to be on.
Sure.
You see, when America denied, now it's shown that there is an elementary school and next to that is a naval base. And there are 175 people killed in that attack, including 150 schoolgirls. The footage shows a Tomahawk missile hitting this particular location in Minab. Now, to say it is friendly fire after that by the Iranians without any basis, we'll have to be a little circumspect about the position taken, because everyone is reporting, and these children, these schoolgirls, had no fault, just as the victims of October 7th were not at fault, and I totally with Israel on that. But there is expert analysis, visual evidence which suggests that this is a Tomahawk cruise missile. Only America has a Tomahawk cruise missile, even Israel does not have it. Now, David, this cannot be just wished away, can it, anymore?
No one would wish away attacks on civilians, but Israel does not attack civilians, and nor does the USA. President Trump was asked about this yesterday. He said it was most likely a misfired Iranian ballistic missile.
But Iranians don't have Tomahawks.
And you haven't been recording this. A third of Iran's missiles misfire and land inside Iran, killing their own people.
But I'm talking about a Tomahawk.
There is no freedom of media.
I'm talking about a Tomahawk. Sorry to interrupt. Right. This is a Tomahawk. It's not an Iranian missile.
All of us have to be careful. I understand your concern for civilians, and of course that is correct to be concerned for school civilians. Children. And we take, of course, any uninvolved civilian killed is, of course, a tragedy, which should never happen. But let's be clear, it is Iran's strategy to maximize civilian casualties. In fact, they see it as their strategy.
For school children to be killed? Or was this a misfiring in a spirit of adventurism, or maybe in the heat of the moment, the location mapping,
Arnab,
something happened?
See, I think you have to be, Arnab, with the greatest of respect.
With the greatest of respect, it's a Tomahawk.
You must be very
it's a Tomahawk cruise missile.
You must be very careful. It is. I don't see any evidence of there being a Tomahawk cruise missile. There's no free press in Iran. They have been carted off.
This is being reported all over the American press as well.
47 years now, this regime has not allowed a free press.
But there must be a free press in America.
We never, nor do our American allies ever target civilians. And when the president was asked about this, he said very clearly that this was most likely a misfired Iranian missile. And Pete Hegseth said the same thing. Now, if it does indeed come to pass that it has been some sort of a tragic accident, then it is just that. A tragic accident.
I just like to say this. Mr. Mensah,
Iran actually focuses.
Mr. Mensah, these are
entire
missiles.
war on civilians.
These are missiles.
When I rush into a bomb shelter with my children, my children are civilians.
Mr. Mensah, I appreciate everything your family is going through, but the world needs to know, Mr. Mensah. The world needs to know, and I'm asking you this, Mr. Mensah, because I'll tell you this, because unfortunately the Western media waking up now is beginning to report on this. But I have been saying for the longest time on the Republic Media Network, that the Western media has put blindfolds on the incident that has happened with Iranian schoolgirls. And if you say to me tonight, if it happened, it's a mistake, it's a very expensive mistake, it would take nothing for Mr. Netanyahu and Mr. Trump to come out and say that it was a mistake on their part, but to not acknowledge it. And to defiantly say it does not matter is not appropriate. I say this to you, Mr. Mensah, because the Western media, which has had too much hegemony for far too long and has never questioned, the BBC and the CNN will not ask the questions that the Republic Media Network will, but I will, because right is right and wrong is wrong. So, Mr. Mensah, this is documented everywhere. You always give lectures. Iran does not have a media. A section of the American media is woken up right now. Why do Trump and Netanyahu not answer the question? You can't manufacture Tomahawk, or you say that's an AI-generated visual. It's not an AI-generated visual.
Look,
it's
Arnab.
Yes, sir.
We just welcomed your Prime Minister to our country.
What has that got to do with this?
Let me tell you what it has to do with it. We just welcomed your Prime Minister. I was lucky enough to accompany Prime Minister Netanyahu to the airport to welcome Prime Minister Modi. And we went from the airport the following day, we actually went to Israel's Knesset, Israel's parliament. And this is what your prime minister said to our Knesset. And there was not a dry eye in the house. He said, what Israel and India share, this is the wise words of your prime minister. He said, we share a zero tolerance for terrorism. That is what unites our two countries.
But Mr. Mensah, 1 second, please. Just one minute.
That is why your prime minister is beloved in this country.
1 minute,
now,
sir.
I can tell you categorically,
there is no contradiction which you are trying to build here. Let me tell you very clearly, the position, 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. The position is absolutely the same. The position is absolutely the same. But Mr. Mensah, the position is absolutely the same. And may I remind you that the Republic Media Network was the strongest, stronger than any other network in condemning the October 7th attacks. You know, you can ask your ambassador here. He came to my studio multiple occasions. And I've had the privilege of interviewing Mr. Netanyahu earlier on a different occasion. I believe in the Israel-India relationship. I am against terrorism. I am against terrorism in every form. But this particular incident cannot be, we can't wear blindfolds over it. We can't play blindfolds over what happened. I think needs a deeper statement than a dismissal. Yes, sir.
You've invited me on, Arnab. Allow me to share with you the facts. Israel has investigated this incident, and we found no Israeli aircraft or no operation in that area. The US have investigated the incident, and President Trump said that it was not a US attack. And Defense Secretary has also said that it was not US attack. In fact, they both suggested it was most likely an Iranian misfire of a missile. So those are the facts that I can share with you. Now, all of us have to be very, very careful now, because Iran, the regime in Iran, not the people of Iran, will try and portray this as some sort of targeted policy. The opposite is true. We make every effort to ensure that civilians are not hurt in any way, shape, or form. And we have an unrivaled record when it comes to not targeting civilians. Indeed, we've probably got the best record in the entire world. In fact, John Spencer, who is an expert on urban warfare, he said about Israel's military tactics that we lead the world. We have the gold standard, because no country goes to more efforts than Israel to avoid civilian casualties. Whereas Iran, because they are Islamic fundamentalists, are trying to maximize civilian casualties.
You know, okay, Mr. Mensah, I just say this, that when Bucha, I think the massacre in Bucha happened outside Kiev, our reporters were the first from the Republic Media Network to be there. We saw what was there. It was not a question of whether the Russians had done it or the Ukrainians had done it. It was a fact that what happened was inhuman, where the bodies were put in at that point of time into a pit. I know that in war a lot of things happen. I would just request you not to say we only believe Trump, but we don't believe the American media. Because today this is being reported everywhere in the world. I'm glad that you came. I hope we pick this up again in the future. Mr. Mensah, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Now, viewers, coming up on the other side, amid West Asia war, Indian government now issues order to oil refineries for higher LPG production and using extra production for domestic LPG use.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And the war in West Asia continues to escalate. In fact, Aramco's CEO Asim Hassan has said that this is a catastrophic strike on the oil supplying infrastructure. We're getting you all the details into what this means for the global markets and what's happening inside the West Asian war. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Saudi's largest oil producer, Aramco's CEO, warns of global consequences and drastic domino effect on aviation and agriculture. Government invokes the Essential Commodities Act to ensure LPG supply, orders refineries to divert key streams. LPG committee constituted to review representations, panel to review representations for supplies to hotels, industries. Amid the West Asia war, government now issues orders to oil refineries for higher LPG production and using extra production for domestic LPG use. Crude oil prices fall 13% in 24 hours globally after crossing $110 per barrel. Crude oil eases to $88.9. Heated debate in the Lok Sabha as opposition brings motion against the Speaker Om Birla, even raises Epstein files and General Naravane issue. Cutting across a fresh breaking development that we're getting at this hour now. Different locations across Tehran were hit once again. In fact, more intense and in wider scale than before. These explosions illuminate the skies of Karaj city and Tehran with a blue glow. These are the visuals on your screens as Iran is battered with a series of missile barrages from the Israeli Defense Forces and the US. Now, different locations across Tehran were hit once again. This comes closely at the heels of at least 30 oil depots in and across Tehran being hit by the Israeli Defense Forces just yesterday, setting half the capital of Iran on fire. Now, across Tehran, various other locations have also been hit once again. In fact, these attacks, from what's being reported, are more intense and have happened on a wider scale than before. Now, these explosions have illuminated the skies of Karaj city and Tehran in Iran with a blue glow. In fact, viewers, this comes right after at least 30 different oil depots in and around the Iranian capital of Tehran were hit, and the entire capital was burning in huge fumes. Now, once again, different locations across Tehran were hit once again. In fact, these attacks are more intense and have happened on a much wider scale than before. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces and the US are yet to reveal their first statements on the strike, the renewed strike that's happened on the Iranian capital of Tehran. Now, remember, these locations, the visuals that you're seeing on your screens come from the Karaj city and Tehran in Iran, which have been battered once again by collaborative missile strikes from the Israeli Defense Forces and the US. Viewers, getting in another breaking development. Now, the Chinese Foreign Ministry has said that maintaining the security and stability of the Strait of Hormuz serves the common interest of the international community. A big statement that comes in from China. Now, remember, China, which has been on the Iranian side amid the ongoing West Asian escalations, has now said that maintaining the security and stability of the Strait of Hormuz serves the common interest of the international and the global community. Now, remember, the Strait of Hormuz has been brought to a complete standstill with very little crawling snail-like movement allowed, and that has been possible because of the Iranian aggression. Now, remember, Geopolitically, the maritime law dictates what happens at the Strait of Hormuz, but the Strait of Hormuz comes down geographically in the control of Oman on one side and Iran on the other. It comes to its narrowest point of just 33 kilometers between these two countries, which naturally then sees heavy patrolling from Oman and Iran. And Iran, amid the ongoing war, has taken full control of the Strait of Hormuz and has shut it down for the 11th day of the war. Now, the Chinese Foreign Ministry has said that maintaining the security and stability of the Strait of Hormuz serves the common interest of the international community. This also comes as the visuals on your screens are of different vessels that have been struck in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, remember, all of these are civilian vessels, oil-carrying vessels. These are cargo-carrying vessels which were struck. And while Iran said that they will only strike the vessels of US and Israeli allies, that was not the case. In fact, this video is being shot from another vessel that remains stranded in the West Asian waters called MV Manali. Now, these are the visuals on your screens of different vessels which have been struck. And now the Chinese Foreign Ministry, in fact, Wang Yi, is at the fore of this comment where they've said that maintaining the security and stability of the Strait of Hormuz serves the common interest of the international community. Very interestingly, this stand is also slightly farther away from China's earlier stand, which was backing Iran amid the ongoing war. And now they have called out the Iranian aggression. They have called for peace at the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this comes as global trade has taken huge hits because of the Strait of Hormuz being shut. In fact, global oil supply remains in a precarious situation. In fact, we're also being joined by our senior editor, Shravan Sen, from the newsroom to get us more updates. Shravan, this is a shifting stance in what China was saying before. You know, they were siding with Iran, and now they've called out their aggression in the Strait of Hormuz, asking for peace. What are we looking at, Shravan?
It's a key strategy of the Iranians to ensure that they put pressure on the West because the supply chains are completely choked. The only concession that Iran has actually given as far as commercial vessels in Strait of Hormuz is concerned, it is to Russia, it is to China. In fact, China here essentially wants to play the role of the big brother here by basically sending across this message that by choking Strait of Hormuz, it isn't really doing good for any country. As far as China is concerned, remember, a large part of its oil supply also comes in from Strait of Hormuz, but China isn't affected to that extent, given the fact that their LNG supplies and their reserves are far more than any country in the region itself. So if you look at the impact that it comes, perhaps China hasn't taken that kind of a hit as yet. But having said that, right from the start of the war till now, there is a pressure that has been built by China as well as Russia right now. And that is the reason why the zigzag that has been taken by President Trump can essentially be seen from the statements that have been made so far, where there is a clear indication right now, perhaps an attempt that has been taken by President Trump to find a way out, wriggle out from this entire war, because it is costing the Americans. And it's a heavy price that the Americans are paying, because you do not have Saudi Arabia as well as the GCC countries basically participating in the war, and that makes it even more difficult for the Americans right now, because the longer the Iranians choke these points as far as oil trade is concerned, it is going to have a direct impact as far as Europe and the Western world is concerned.
Right. Shravan, in fact, continue being with us. We've also gotten an interesting statement that's come in from the Iranian government. Now, viewers, another breaking development that we're tracking. Iran's government spokesperson has said that the Strait of Hormuz is a strategic asset for Iranians, and it is only natural for them to make full use of it during wartime. Now, keeping on to what our senior editor Shravan Sen was also mentioning, that this is a key Iranian strategy to actually mount pressure on the West. Now, the Iranian government has backed that claim up. They've said that the Strait of Hormuz is a strategic asset for Iranians, and it is only natural for them to make use of it during wartime. Now, quickly coming back to Shravan Sen, who continues to join us on the broadcast. Shravan, how do you look at this statement? You were just talking about it. I think we've lost contact with our senior editor, but viewers now, the Iranian government spokesperson has said that the Strait of Hormuz is a strategic asset for Iran and it's only natural for them to make full use of it during wartime. Now, this statement comes as China has also said that the Strait of Hormuz needs to be secured, that the Strait of Hormuz needs to be stabilized. And as a rebuttal almost, the Iranian government has now given out another statement saying that the Strait of Hormuz is a strategic asset for them and it's only natural that they make full use of it during the ongoing tensions in West Asia. Now, also remember, Iran is using the Strait of Hormuz to build pressure on West with global supply chains of oil and gas halted. The West is under crumbling pressure because of Iranian aggression and Iranian action in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, also remember, West Asia has been through tensions before, but the Gulf never touched energy or oil routes. But this time around, that has completely changed. That narrative has flipped. And now Iran is making strategic use, as they've said themselves. The Iranian government says that the Strait of Hormuz is a strategic asset and that it will be absurd for them to not make full use of it during wartime. Viewers, now as the West Asia war rages, the government has now invoked the Emergency Act to tackle the LPG crisis. The government has invoked Essential Commodities Act back from 1955 to ensure that liquefied petroleum gas supply is regulated across the country. In fact, they've also ordered refineries to divert key streams. In fact, all states are now on the LPG watch and they are in touch with the Petroleum Ministry. Hotel associations across India have reached out for more supplies, which is being fulfilled. The LPG committee is been constituted to review the representations panel and, in fact, to increase and review the supplies to hotels and industries. Now, the Hotel and Restaurant Association has also written to the Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri expressing concern over the government's order of restricting LPG and PNG supply. Now, restaurants and hotels depend heavily on PNG for daily cooking and operations. Now, remember, this comes as the government has mandated for all oil sectors and LPG suppliers to completely divert all their supplies to the government and the public sector first. That's what we're looking at. And in this turmoil, the hotels and other industries, commercial industries, seem to be caught up. Now, also remember, viewers, the government has invoked the Essential Commodities Act to maintain and to stabilize and to regularize the LPG supply for over 3 crore domestic households. The government invoked this sparingly and used emergency powers to direct the oil refineries to ramp up LPG production as it looks to increase the availability of domestic cooking gas to hedge against the potential disruptions from the now widening conflict in West Asia. That's the latest that we're noting. And in fact, the sector provides about 40 lakh direct and 160 lakh indirect jobs in Maharashtra, the hotel sector, the industries that are hit the hardest over the LPG crisis, which has been triggered by the West Asian war. Viewers, now new visuals are raising serious questions about a deadly strike in southern Iran. A video has been circulating online which appears to show a US Tomahawk cruise missile striking an Iranian military facility in the city of Minab. Now, also remember, the Tomahawk missile is also available with the Israeli Defense Forces, but US has made a strategy of not letting the allies fire these missiles until a due permission is received from the key holder of the missile, which is the US. It's, in fact, the video comes from the city of Minab, located just meters away from a girls' elementary school. The footage appears to show the missile hitting an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps naval base. That's what the claim is. And now, following moments later, by a massive plumes of smokes rise from nearby Tayyaba school. This video now contradicts the earlier claim that Iran itself was responsible for the attack, the claim that's been made by Israel. More in this report. Take a look.
shocking new visuals are raising serious questions about a deadly strike in southern Iran. A video now circulating online appears to show a US Tomahawk missile hitting an Iranian military facility next to a girls' elementary school, where scores of children were killed. The footage contradicts earlier claims that Iran itself was responsible for the attack. Newly released footage appears to show a US Tomahawk cruise missile slamming into an Iranian Revolutionary Guard naval base in the city of Minab, just meters away from a girls' elementary school. Seconds after the strike, a massive plume of smoke rises from the direction of the Shajare-Taiba school. Reportedly, the attack killed at least 175 people, including 168 children and 14 teachers. With children among the dead, the tragedy in Minab is becoming a powerful symbol of how civilians are paying the price for a war spiraling beyond control. A war started after Donald Trump launched military action against Iran. As missiles fly and leaders trade accusations, it is ordinary civilians, families, teachers, and children who are caught in the crossfire.
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus from the war about the Pune Porsche case hearing that's ongoing in the Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court has granted bail to the father of one of the minors involved in the Pune Porsche crash blood sample swapping case. Now, the bail was granted by a bench of Justice B.V. Nagaratna and Justice Ujjal Bhoyan. The court has noted that the accused has already spent around 18 to 22 months in custody. The court, in fact, ordered the release of the subject over conditions to be imposed by the trial court. In fact, it also said that the prolonged detention cannot continue when the trial has not progressed significantly. That's the first statement that we're getting in from the Supreme Court. In fact, now a bail has been granted to Vishal Agarwal, who is the father of the minor allegedly driving the luxury car Porsche that killed two young engineers on the 19th of May 2024 in Pune. The horrors of the case completely echoing inside Supreme Court as the court now grants bail to Vishal Agarwal. In fact, a bench of Justices B.V. Nagaratna and Ujjal Bhoyan granted bail to the accused's father, saying that he's already spent about 22 months in jail and that a similar accused in a similar case has been granted relief. In fact, joining me live is my colleague Sarthak to get us more updates. Sarthak, speak to us about the recent that we're hearing from the Supreme Court. A bail has been granted to the father of the minor who was driving the car. In fact, this is not a sole case of just killing two young engineers. It's also about blood sample swapping. Sarthak.
Well, yes, today the Supreme Court granted bail to the father of one of the minors who goes by the name Vedant Agarwal. He was directly involved in the Pune Porsche crash blood sample swapping case. The father was accused of swapping the blood sample during the course of the investigation. The bail was granted by the bench of Justice B.V. Nagaratna and Justice Ujjal Bhoyan.
Yeah.
The court noted while granting bail to the accused was that he had already spent around 18 months in custody, and the court orders that the release is subject to the conditions to be imposed by the trial court at this point. The allegations on the father were of swapping blood samples after the crash, and investigators claimed that the blood samples of the minors in the car were replaced with the samples of adults to hide alcohol consumption or the evidence that could have been traced of alcohol consumption in the blood sample of the accused. The Supreme Court, while passing the order, made some observations and remarked that the parents must exercise control over their children, especially in such incidents involving juveniles. However, it clarified that any such observation should not prejudice the trial. The basic ground of granting bail to the accused father, who was also an accused in this particular case, was that the accused had already spent around 18 months in custody, and the trial did not take place at a pace that it should have. And on that particular ground, the accused has been given bail in this case. Let me remind the viewers, the incident occurred on 19 May 2024 in Pune's Kalyani Nagar, where a 17-year-old allegedly driving a Porsche under the influence of alcohol crashed his car into a motorcycle. There were two young IT professionals, Anish and Ashwini. These were the two IT professionals who died during the incident. The case sparked nationwide outrage after allegation emerged of evidence tampering and how the investigation has been prejudiced. So, however, at this point, what we know of, the court has found that the accused father has been in custody for a very long time, and on that specific ground, he has been granted bail.
Right, Sarthak. Right, Sarthak. Thanks very much for bringing this entire thing to round for us. In fact, viewers now quickly shifting focus. At least 7 workers were killed in an accident during excavation work at a residential project of Signature Global along the Delhi-Jaipur highway on Monday. Now, sources say the wall suddenly collapsed during the ongoing excavation work, burying several workers. Who is responsible and who is to be held accountable for the death of these workers? Here's a full report. Take a look.
Seven labourers were killed late Monday night after being buried under soil during excavation at a Haryana construction site. A massive portion of the soil suddenly caved in, trapping the workers beneath. Authorities have confirmed 7 fatalities so far, with several other injured workers successfully rescued.
ये सिग्नेचर ग्लोबल का प्रोजेक्ट है। तकरीबन 150 एकड़ में ये प्रोजेक्ट जो है वो फैला हुआ है। जानकारी ये मिली कि सोमवार रात को कुछ मजदूर मिट्टी में दब जाते हैं और आनन फानन में जब रेस्क्यू किया गया तो 7 लोगों की मौत की जानकारी मिली। 4 लोग गंभीर रूप से घायल हुए जिनको अस्पताल में भर्ती किया गया।
The disaster occurred within the society premises along the Delhi-Jaipur highway. Sources say a wall collapsed with a loud bang, instantly burying the victims under heavy debris. Local police, district administration and SDRF teams arrived immediately to launch a high-stakes rescue operation. After several hours of intensive digging and clearing, the trapped survivors were finally rescued. The project is said to be owned by a real estate company. Construction is underway on 153 acres of land. This tragedy raises serious questions regarding whether safety standards were ignored during the site's construction. The bodies were covered in mud and had fractures on their hands and feet when they were brought to the Bhiwadi hospital. Gurugram police have since reached Bhiwadi District Hospital to take possession of the 7 deceased. Officials have vowed that strict legal action will follow if any evidence of criminal negligence is found.
Viewers, well, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. We continue bringing you news and updates on the other side. In fact, the Indian government, amid the West Asian war, has issued orders to oil refineries for higher LPG production and using extra production for domestic LPG use. This and a lot more right on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिर्फ MTH का जल जीरा जीरा सिर्फ
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Saudi's largest oil producer, Aramco CEO, warns of global consequences and drastic domino effect on aviation and agriculture amid the ongoing war. Government invokes Essential Commodities Act to ensure LPG supply, orders refineries to divert key streams. LPG committee constituted to review representations, panel to review representations for supply to hotels, industries. Amid West Asia war, government issues orders to oil refineries for higher LPG production and using extra production for domestic LPG use. Crude oil prices fall 13% in 24 hours globally after crossing $110 per barrel. Crude oil eases to $88.9. Heated debate in Lok Sabha as the opposition brings motion against Speaker Om Birla, even raises Epstein files in General Naravane issue.
And there's breaking news that's coming in. Big breaking news coming in from Europe, and now Russian President Putin has threatened to stop energy supply to the European market. He said EU countries plan to impose additional restrictions on Russian LNG and energy. He said, I've instructed the government to evaluate the possibility of stopping energy supplies to the European market without waiting for the door to be shut in our face. This is the big breaking news that's coming in as Putin has threatened to stop energy supplies to Europe. This is the big news that's coming in as this is a threat coming in. We're also going to be getting you the guests on the story. Let me also go across to our guest, Major Samarpal Toor, who's also joining us. Major Samarpal Toor, this is the news that we're getting, and we've already seen the looming energy crisis that has, of course, been started with President Trump at the very core of it, and now Putin is also threatening to stop energy supply. How are you looking at the ramifications of this for the world?
Russia is going to send in a message so that the pressure on Trump is put by the Europeans for stopping this war. Because until and unless the energy is being supplied to the Europeans, everything is going to be coordinated, and attacks against Iran are going to continue. So only to ensure that Trump feels the heat, President Putin has taken this immediate alternative that the natural gas that has been going on through the Turk Stream pipeline from Russia to Europe needs to be stopped immediately, because the European Union had already threatened Russia that by late 2026, 2027, they will stop taking the liquid natural gas from the Russians. So as a result, looking at this immediate Iran crisis which has happened, I think it will be an impactful move if Russia immediately stops the supply of the liquid natural gas. And by that, you see, the pressure will mount automatically onto the Americans as to how now the energy requirements of the European Union will be fulfilled by whom? Who's the seller now? Because you see, Iran has played things very smartly. Iran took a call that if my oil is not market, Iran ensured that nobody else's oil will also be available, will not be available to the West and to the Americans. And that is one of the major reasons why it has targeted the GCC countries, commercial hubs which were producing and exporting oil. So this is a clear-cut message to the Americans that their hegemony and their dominance will not be in effect. And I think Russia has played a master stroke by immediately planning to stop the supply of energy to Europe. Probably only then the Europeans and the NATO countries can put pressure on America to stop the Iran war immediately, and so that the supply of oil and liquid natural gas is replenished immediately to everybody. Else, everyone is going to be in the loss. Nobody is going to be in a win-win situation over here. And, Americans will be at the receiving end. Moreover, the GCC countries have actually been having meetings not to go to war with one another. Reason being, Qatar has called out the Americans, saying that the Americans will move out of the war once the Gulf coordinating countries come into this war, and eventually Americans will land up selling their weapons to all the sides, and they will mint money, and there will be a Sunni Shia conflict which will accommodate the Israel Middle East corridor. So you see, the Arabs are not going to be fooled anymore, and the total onus has been put on the Americans. And I certainly feel America is not going to do the blunder by prolonging this war any longer. And there will be a ceasefire in the coming 10 days, and it will be initiated by the Americans itself. It is not going to be the Iranians, because the Iranians have already made their mind very clear that last two negotiations, they were, the moment they agreed for IAEA to visit their site of nuclear energy and the nuclear reactors, the very next day the 12-day war happened. Even here they agreed on the 26th of February. On the 28th of Feb, the bombing began. So Iranians have realized that this is just a buying time tactic by the Americans, and they are not going to fall for it. And perhaps this is what the ending stalemate is going to be. So coming days are going to be very critical in terms of the oil prices, which are already on the rise.
I agree with you, but I also believe that, this is also happening, Major Samar Paltur, because very, very quietly, Europe has been going against Putin. We've seen how Europe had slashed the Russian pipeline gas by 80% since 2022. They had switched to the US Qatar LNG. Now Russia surviving, and they had got a lot of support from India. We became its #1 oil buyer. This is not an empty threat that Vladimir Putin is trying to give to Europe, but a clear indication from him: you didn't stand with us in support, and therefore I'm not going to be standing up for you.
I mean, this is exactly a message that he is trying to convey to the West, that, by pressurizing India and, India actually reducing the quantity of oil, not that we have completely stopped buying oil from Russia, but there's been a drastic fall in the quantity of the oil imports from Russia. Because of that, the Russians were not very happy with things. And now that the Americans, the so-called controversial statement that they are allowing, they are giving permission to India to actually purchase this oil from the Russia for 30 days, which is already afloat in oil tankers. Well, firstly, India has made it clear they don't need permission. Number two, yes, we have felt the brunt in change of decision, and the oil that we were buying earlier from Russia is now $5 more expensive. However, overall, it is comparatively much cheaper compared to the countries which are procuring oil from Russia on those rates. So I certainly feel that India is treading a very tightrope. It has to be very careful in terms of its statements, what it is saying. And moreover, I feel that Prime Minister Modi should play a critical role in brokering for the peace talks and halting this war, and by initiating a dialogue between Israel and Iran. However, the Americans are still, they cannot be trusted at this moment. They have been very tough on all other nations, including India. So I certainly feel that we are definitely going to stay an arm's distance away from the Americans. However, Israel is our ally, and we have to comply with what they are, strategizing and what they have in the future as per their plan. But as far as the war is concerned, it needs to stop, because ultimately, no matter what, the loss is going to be on both the sides, the West and the Gulf and those countries which are procuring oil, because once the oil refineries are going to be completely cut, the pinch is going to be felt all around the globe. And the main country which is going to be blamed for initiating this war and not being decisive in terms of its outcome is going to be the Americans.
Yes.
So they are going to be they are going to face a lot of difficulties.
Yes. And I think that's going to be the final picture, how we're going to look at this war in Iran, but also a very strong warning, once again, Major Samar Paltur, to Donald Trump, the US president himself, who's now trying to see the world as his personal fiefdom. I thank you for joining us on that breaking news. There is more updates, more breaking news coming in on this bulletin. The Supreme Court, top court of the country, has now supported batting for uniform civil code. Now, this is the big breaking news coming in a hearing that was happening there today. Before them, the Chief Justice of India has asked this legislature to work on the UCC and avoid personal law complexities. The Supreme Court, that was hearing a case today on Muslim women's right, has stated this court has already recommended the UCC. The Supreme Court says, therefore, can we declare anything? The Supreme Court says we must defer to legislative powers to bring fundamental duties. Viewers, this is the big breaking news coming in today. The Supreme Court has batted for UCC yet again. I want to go across to Ratan Sharda joining us on this. Ratan Sharda, several times in the past we've seen the UCC become such an important issue. Now the Supreme Court is openly batting for it, but they're also saying it is for the legislature to get this into the wheels of motion moving. How soon do you think India can plan to have the uniform civil code?
First of all, I thank Supreme Court for saying something that it has said earlier also, as the courts have pointed out. We have the directive principle which tells us that we have to go for universal civil code. And unfortunately, when it was being discussed, the politicians at that time, under the garb of secularism, tried to avoid the issue and put it in directive principles. And we only got Hindu law, nothing else. And then we have this continuous strain of asking for uniform civil code. The earlier secular governments, so-called secular, I would say not secular, actually communal governments, did not have the guts or the heart to bring in uniform civil code in a secular society where every community is treated as equal and religion doesn't come into governance. In such a society, if we keep on having separate laws for minorities, for different groups, then naturally there is something wrong in our definition of secularism. Supreme Court has pointed it out. I think BJP is now strong enough to go for it because it has done enough in the case of triple talaq and Waqf board. So slowly this the partial implementation of laws, select implementation law is being discarded. I hope this also takes place now since Supreme Court has again put it up. And I hope government finds ways of putting it in. We have an opposition which is wedded to vote bank politics. It will oppose it. But it has opposed every move. It has opposed every law, every act which is for the good of the people. So for me, the larger good of the people is much more important than vote bank politics, and I hope the government takes it up.
Ratan Sharda, I completely agree with you. I just want to get a sense from you. How soon do you think the centre can start working on this? It's obvious the opposition is not allowing any work to happen in the parliament. When can we see this becoming a reality?
Governments or BJP state governments have put in uniform civil code. They have drafted the laws. I think they can become the guideline. And learning from the mistakes and the correct steps taken in those uniform civil codes of, let us say, Uttarakhand, for example, if the government picks it up as a starting point, I think it can come up with some draft, at least by 6 months or 10 months, which can be agreeable to most of the people without discrimination. I think the basic draft is ready. We need to work on it, and I hope the BJP government puts up some committee and gets this into a national level.
All right. Thank you, Ratan Sharda, for those positive words. We're hoping that too. There's more breaking news that's coming in right now. Now, India is to supply 5,000 tons of diesel to Bangladesh amid the fuel concerns. That's the big breaking news that's coming in. India has now decided that it's going to be supplying 5,000 tons of diesel to Bangladesh. This is also coming after the rising fuel concerns across the world after the Iran-Israel-USA war, beg your pardon. And this is the big news that's coming in now. India has said that India will be supplying 5,000 tons of diesel to Bangladesh. This is happening from the NRL facility in Assam via a cross-border pipeline. The emergency is aimed to stabilize the fuel reserves and ensure uninterrupted supply. And also it's a part of the long-term agreement. This move, like we said, is coming following rising energy insecurity. This initiative is also coming amidst the reports of tightening fuel supplies and potential, though not fully confirmed, tensions also impacting oil prices. Russian President Vladimir Putin has said that Iran war has triggered a global energy crisis and cautioned that oil production dependent on transport through the Strait of Hormuz could soon come to a complete halt. Putin, though, signaled again that Russia was ready to supply oil and gas to Europe.
The war in West Asia is now sending shockwaves through the global energy market. Russian President Vladimir Putin has warned that the war could trigger a global energy crisis. Putin said that oil supplies moving through the Strait of Hormuz could come to a complete halt.
Let me remind you that last year, Hormuz Strait accounted for about 1/3 of the world's oil exports. That's about 14 million barrels a day, 80% of which were going to the Asia-Pacific countries. Now this route is essentially cut off, and oil production that depends strongly on the use of the Hormuz Strait and oil storages in the region are being filled with oil that cannot be transported away or is getting too expensive to transport. And of course, completely shifting Middle East oil supplies to schemes not using the Hormuz Strait is hardly feasible now, because changing logistics will not only take time, but will also require great expenditure.
और मेरे लिए माइक ऑटोमेटिक ऑन हो जाएगा, ये सोचना भी गलत है। सबसे पहले ये इन्होंने रेजुलेशन मूव किया, अपने रेजुलेशन भी नहीं बोल पाए, किसी और के नाम में दिए, अब मैं खड़ा हो रहे। इतना बड़ा मौका था, रेजुलेशन आपके नाम में ड्राफ्ट हुआ, फिर भी नहीं बोल पाए। सर, संविधान के अनुच्छेद 94C के तहत और इस सदन के रूल्स ऑफ प्रोसीजर एंड कंडक्ट ऑफ बिजनेस का रूल 200 और 203 के प्रावधान के मुताबिक आज हम लोग इस प्रस्ताव पे चर्चा कर रहे हैं। मैं वैसे तो आपके कई मुद्दे हैं, मैं उसको एक एक करके मैं उसका जवाब भी देना चाहता हूं। मेरा प्रारंभिक अनुरोध रहेगा, शुरू में ही मैं अनुरोध करना चाहूंगा कि कांग्रेस की ओर से जब गौरव जी बोले तो विषय से हट करके कई विषय पे उन्होंने चर्चा की है। क्योंकि उन्होंने मुद्दे रखे हैं तो मुझे उसका भी जवाब देना पड़ेगा। अगर वो मुद्दे नहीं रखते तो मैं लोकसभा स्पीकर का खिलाफ जो अविश्वास प्रस्ताव रखा था उसी तक ही सीमित रखने का विचार से मैं सदन में आए थे, लेकिन उन्होंने उससे कई आगे जाकर के अपने बात को रखा है। लेकिन शुरू में उन्होंने मेरे ऊपर में एक टिप्पणी कर दिया और गौरव गोगोई उम्र में छोटे हैं, मेरे छोटे भाई समान हैं और अब 3 बार इस सदन का सदस्य हो गए हैं, लेकिन उसका गलती नहीं है क्योंकि ये जब इस सदन में आए थे तब ये विपक्ष में चले गए। तो उन्होंने अपने कांग्रेस पार्टी का पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स का रोल्स परफॉर्मेंस को कभी देखा नहीं है, तो ये इसका गलती नहीं है। और ये जब सदन में आए 2014 में, उससे 20 साल पहले मैं चुनाव का मैदान में उतर चुका था और 10 साल पहले मैं इस सदन का सदस्य हो चुका था, इसलिए वो उसमें सदस्य नहीं थे तो मैं ब्लेम नहीं करता हूँ। लेकिन मैं इतना जरूर कहना चाहता हूँ कि पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मंत्री बहुत समय लोगों को ऐसा लगेगा कि ये रूलिंग पार्टी के लिए सिर्फ बोलते हैं। मैं सूचना देता हूँ सदन में या कोई बात रखता हूँ तो कभी कभी सदन का बिहाफ से रखता हूँ। मैं ज़्यादातर जो पेपर ले करता हूँ बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी, वो भी पूरे सर्वदलीय पार्टी का बैठक का ही कागज को रखता हूँ। मैटर तो अलग अलग मंत्री रखते हैं, तो पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मंत्री सिर्फ रूलिंग पार्टी का नहीं होते हैं, वो सबका बिहाफ में होते हैं। फिर भी उन्होंने कहा कि इतिहास में सबसे ज्यादा बोलने वाला पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मंत्री है बोलता है। इसलिए एक बार रिकॉर्ड जाके देख लो, कांग्रेस पार्टी का 60 साल का इतिहास, और हमारे भी कई हमारे बड़े नेता जो आज इस दुनिया में नहीं है पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मंत्री रहे हैं, प्रमोद महाजन जी, सुषमा स्वराज जी, वेंकैया जी हमारे उपराष्ट्रपति भी रहे हैं, मदन लाल खुराना जी। इसलिए पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मंत्री के ऊपर में टिप्पणी करने से पहले आपका अपना कांग्रेस के जमाने का भी आप लोग को थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना चाहिए। सभापति महोदय, जो हमको जो अथॉरिटी दिया है आज ये मुद्दे लेकर के आने के लिए, उसमें थोड़ा सा हम बिंदु में जाना चाहते हैं। संविधान 118 में स्पीकर को क्या अथॉरिटी दिया गया है? स्पीकर इस सदन का जितना रूल्स ऑफ प्रोसीड्योर और कंडक्ट ऑफ बिजनेस जो भी इस सदन में चलते हैं, उसका फाइनल अथॉरिटी लोकसभा अध्यक्ष ही होते हैं। इसका अब लीगल कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देखा जाएगा, आर्टिकल 122 अनुच्छेद 122 भारत के संविधान में देखा जाएगा तो स्पीकर का कोई भी निर्णय को किसी भी अदालत में भी चैलेंज नहीं कर सकता है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक रूलिंग आया था सिर्फ शेड्यूल 10, जब डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन का सवाल आता है मेंबर्स का, सिर्फ उसी मुद्दे पर स्पीकर का डिसीजन को कोर्ट में रिव्यू कर सकता है, अन्यथा लोकसभा स्पीकर का डिसीजन वो फाइनल होता है। इसमें मैं बहुत ज्यादा और उस उल्लेख नहीं करना चाहता हूं, लेकिन कुछ चीजें होते हैं जो स्पीकर और सदन में कभी कभी मैंने देखा है स्पीकर के ऊपर में ऐसे टिप्पणी कर देते हैं, कभी रिकॉर्ड में आ जाते हैं, कभी रिकॉर्ड में नहीं आते हैं। स्पीकर निष्पक्ष होते हैं, ये भी सब जानते हैं, लेकिन स्पीकर किसी एक दल से आते हैं, खास करके रूलिंग पार्टी से आते हैं, ये भी सब जानते हैं। हम लोग वेस्टमिंस्टर मॉडल को काफी फॉलो करते हैं। वेस्टमिंस्टर में वंस ए स्पीकर इज ऑलवेज ए स्पीकर। स्पीकर पद में चुनाव होने के बाद वो हर पार्टी का कोई भी सदस्यता या कोई भी कनेक्शन, बिल्कुल वो नाता तोड़ देता है जीवन काल के लिए। हमारे यहाँ में संविधान निर्माताओं ने सोचा कि भारत का जो हमारा व्यवस्था है थोड़ा सा हटके होना चाहिए। हमारे डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर हो, पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू, सरदार पटेल जी, जितने भी संविधान सभा में रहे हैं, डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी, BN राव, के मुंशी, कृष्ण स्वामी अयंगर जी, मोहम्मद सादुल्ला जी, TT कृष्णाचारी जी, इन लोगों ने मिलकर ये सोचा कि भारत में स्पीकर किसी पार्टी का सदस्यता को रिजाइन करने का जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि उसको फिर से चुन के आने का मौका देना चाहिए। और जब स्पीकर चुनाव में जाता है तो किसी ना किसी पार्टी से तो उसको लड़ना होता है। इसलिए उस समय निर्णय किया गया है कि भारत में लोकसभा का स्पीकर जो होगा वो चुनने के बाद भी किसी पार्टी का सदस्यता से वो औपचारिक खत्म नहीं कर सकता है और चुनाव में वो पार्टी का टिकट लेकर के फिर से लड़ सकता है। ये एक बेसिक अंतर है। 2005 में उस समय के लोकसभा स्पीकर सोमनाथ चटर्जी ने मुझे भी मौका दिया कॉमनवेल्थ पार्लियामेंट्री फोरम का कॉन्फ्रेंस में, तब मैंने यूके में इस बात को कहा कि हमारा व्यवस्था स्पीकर को लेकर के अलग है, आपका व्यवस्था अलग है। इसलिए स्पीकर अगर सरकार से तालमेल करता है, मंत्री से मिलता है, अपोजिशन से मिलता है, वो इसका इंटरेक्शन होता है तो उसमें रोक टोक नहीं है। लेकिन जब चेयर में बैठते हैं तो उसका रोल इम्पार्शियल होना चाहिए, इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं है। लेकिन जब संविधान को आप देखेंगे और इस सदन का रूल्स को आप देखेंगे तो स्पीकर का कोई भी निर्णय को आज तक किसी ने चैलेंज नहीं किया है। तो उस दिन मुझे दुख इस बात का लगा, जो नेता प्रतिपक्ष यहाँ खड़े होकर के, ये रिकॉर्ड का प्रोसीडिंग में है, आप लोग देख लीजिए, उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे इस सदन में बोलने के लिए किसी से परमिशन नहीं चाहिए। ये रिकॉर्ड में है और ये मेरा अधिकार है इस सदन में बोलने का। हमारा नेता प्रतिपक्ष का अभी पिछले फर्स्ट पार्ट का ही ये मैं बात बोल रहा हूं, उन्होंने कहा इस सदन में बोलने का मेरा अधिकार है, मुझे परमिशन नहीं चाहिए। तो मैं सोच रहा था कांग्रेस पार्टी में कई वरिष्ठ लोग भी हैं, नेता प्रतिपक्ष को क्यों नहीं समझाया इस सदन में प्रधानमंत्री हो सकते हैं, मंत्री हो सकते हैं, नेता प्रतिपक्ष हो सकते हैं, मगर इस सदन में बोलने के लिए स्पीकर का परमिशन आवश्यकता है। स्पीकर का परमिशन के बिना आप मर्जी नहीं कर सकते हैं। और आप फिर कहेंगे कि आपका माइक ऑन नहीं है। परमिशन दिए बिना आप अपने आप को स्पीकर से भी बड़ा समझेंगे तो मेरा कोई उसमें इलाज नहीं है। दूसरा, सर 115A में, रूल्स 115A में ये भी प्रावधान है कि जब बोलने के लिए हम लोग सूची देते हैं, हर एक पार्टी किस विषय में कौन बोल रहा है सूची हर पार्टी देते हैं। और ये भी छूट है कि अगर कोई पर्टिकुलर मेंबर पार्टी का तरफ से नहीं, मैं अपने आप नाम देना चाहते हैं, वो भी दे सकते हैं। और जो स्पीकर को सूची नहीं दे करके भी स्पीकर को नजर को मिलाने के लिए, टू कैच द आईज ऑफ द ऑनरेबल स्पीकर, जो स्पीकर घूम के देखते हैं तो उसका नजर को दिखाने के लिए मेंबर हाथ भी उठा सकते हैं और अपने सीट से उठा सकते हैं स्पीकर का अटेंशन ड्रॉ करने के लिए। सूची देने का बावजूद भी रूल 115A में क्लियर है कि स्पीकर पार्टी ने सूची दिया, उसके अलावा भी किसी भी सदस्य को स्पीकर डायरेक्ट बुला करके बोलने का परमिशन दे सकता है। ये विषय बहुत क्लियर है सर। मैं इसलिए जिक्र कर रहा हूं क्योंकि आज बार बार लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन को बोलने नहीं दिया जा रहा है और स्पीकर को, अथॉरिटी को जो चैलेंज किया जा रहा है, इसको लेकर के मैं ये सब बताने मजबूर हो रहा हूं। इसके अलावा सर कुछ रेसिडियल पावर भी होता है सर। स्पीकर का पास कुछ रेसिडियल पावर होता है जो कि रूल्स ऑफ प्रोसीड्योर में मेंशन नहीं है, कंडक्ट ऑफ बिजनेस में मेंशन नहीं है, जो आज कई बार उठाया कि जब डिप्टी स्पीकर नहीं है और स्पीकर के खिलाफ नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लाया गया है, कौन चेयर करना चाहिए। संसदीय परंपरा में कई चीज पहली बार होते हैं, इसलिए कन्वेंशन बहुत बड़ा एक तो विषय होता है। तो इसका अब ये चाहते हैं कि स्पीकर का रोल भी ये लोग तय करना चाहते हैं। ये चाहते हैं कि ये कुर्सी पे कौन बैठेगा, ये भी ऑपोजिशन तय करना चाहते हैं। क्या दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि ये स्पीकर का रोल भी इन लोग लेकर के अपना अधिकार लेना चाहते हैं। सभापति महोदय, जो रूल्स में मेंशन नहीं है, किसी भी चीज का क्लैरिटी नहीं है, अगर पहले बार विषय आया है उसका भी निर्णय करने का अंडर रूल 389 अगर कोई मैटर क्लियरिटी नहीं है तो भी उसका निर्णय करने का फाइनल अथॉरिटी ऑनरेबल स्पीकर के पास होते हैं। इसलिए आप लोग हमेशा, आप लोग जो है इतने सालों से आप लोग रूलिंग में रहे हैं, 2014 के बाद आप लोग विपक्ष में चले गए, तो आप लोग इतना बेचैन होने का आवश्यकता नहीं है। ये लोकतंत्र है, हम तो मर्जी से तो आया नहीं है। जनता, भारत का जनता जो चाहेगा वही होगा। इसलिए इतना फ्रस्ट्रेशन और इतना कानून का डिसरिगार्ड, सदन का डिसरिगार्ड करना, ये मैं मानता हूं कि ये सबके लिए सही नहीं है। हम लोग 2000 ये हमारे साथी लोग भी बैठे हैं, मुझे आज भी बता रहे थे कि पुराने सदन में हम बोलते बोलते कुछ चीज में अफजल गुरु को फांसी देना है नारा लगा करके हम लोग गलती से बीच में पहुंच गए ये वेल ऑफ द हाउस में। हमारा नेता प्रतिपक्ष लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी ने इतना डांटा हम लोगों को, इतना डांटा कि 2004 का नवंबर महीने में हम लोग जब यहाँ अदालत पहुंचा तो भी इतना डांटा, मुझे भी पुकार के कहा तुम नए सांसद हो, उस तरफ जाना नहीं बिल्कुल, वो ट्रेजरी बेंच का जगह है, आधा से इधर ही रहो, नहीं तो अपना जगह से प्रोटेस्ट करो। आज तो सदन आते ही लोग पूरा प्रधानमंत्री जी का आगे आ हम लोग ने, हमारा एनडीए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सदस्यों ने कागज फाड़ के कभी भी स्पीकर कुर्सी को हम लोग ने नहीं फेंका है। आप पूरा इतिहास देख लो, हमारा पार्टी कभी भी सेक्रेटरी जनरल का टेबल में चढ़ करके हम लोग ने कभी नाचा नहीं है। हम लोग ने कभी भी ऐसा नहीं किया जो इस सदन को शर्मसार करे। आप इतिहास देखिए, रिकॉर्ड है, लोकसभा का रिकॉर्ड है, 1951 के बाद पूरा रिकॉर्ड देख लीजिए, कभी किसी एनडीए के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के किसी सदस्य ने कागज फाड़ के चेयर के मुंह में फेंका है? आप बताइए, आप लोगों ने क्या क्या नहीं किया। मैं आपका हरकतें अगर गिन के बताने लग जाएंगे आप खुद को अच्छा नहीं लगेगा। इसलिए आज 40 साल बाद लोकसभा स्पीकर का खिलाफ अविश्वास प्रस्ताव आपने लाया। आज के इस चर्चा में आने से पहले अगर थोड़ा सा आप हमारे बात आप मानते ही नहीं है, पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी ने क्या कहा था उस समय सदन में, या उस समय के प्रधानमंत्री राजीव गांधी जी ने क्या कहा था, थोड़ा पढ़ के आते तो भी आप में ज्यादा विनम्रता आते। आपने बिल्कुल परवाह नहीं किया, अपने ही पुराने बड़े नेताओं का वक्ता जो रहे हैं उसको पढ़ने का भी आपने कभी कष्ट नहीं किया है। जब 1987 में बलराम जाखड़ जी को अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के माध्यम से नोटिस सर्व किया, उस समय का एक ही लाइन में स्वर्गीय राजीव गांधी जी का मैं पढ़ के बोलना चाहता हूं। राजीव गांधी जी का ये मैं कोट कर रहा हूं, इस सभा की महान परंपरा रही है कि हम अध्यक्ष की सदस्यता पर अंगुली नहीं उठा सकते, चाहे हम उनसे सहमत हो अथवा असहमत। वे जो करते हैं भले ही वो किसी को पसंद ना आए, परंतु यदि हम उनके विश्वास एवं संसदीय लोकतंत्र के प्रति उनके वचनबद्धता पर उंगली उठाते हैं तो हम सब अपनी संस्था का आधार ही नष्ट कर देते हैं। ये स्वर्गीय राजीव गांधी जी का स्पीच का हिस्सा है। आज यहाँ यही किया जा रहा है, यही किया जा रहा है। राजीव गांधी जी ने कहा और मैं भी कह रहा हूं, यही आप लोग आज यहाँ किया जा रहा है। जब 1954 में जब जीवी मौलंकर जी का खिलाफ में अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाया गया, उस समय पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का जो ओपनिंग रिमार्क्स है मैं उसको पढ़ना चाहता हूँ। व्हाट फर्स्ट प्राइम मिनिस्टर Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru had remarked, I quote, I would beg honorable members sitting opposite, those who have signed it and those in duty bound have supported it, to read that thing which they have signed it. It is a vicious thing they have signed. I doubt whether the persons have read it before they have signed it. If they have read it, they would have hesitated 100 times before they signed that document. And Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru further says, at any time, and yet seeing the manner in which this has been brought forward and the wording used here, I say it is a gross abuse of one's intelligence, and to ask anybody in this house to support this is to consider that man utterly lacking in intelligence. उसके बाद पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी का बहुत ही अच्छा पोर्शन है, मैं उसको भी बताना चाहता हूँ। ये कोई पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी का मैं हिंदी वर्जन वाला आपको बोल के सुनाता हूँ। आप अच्छा ही नहीं सुन रहे हो, अब तो सुन लो। ये हमारा साथी रहे हैं। मैं सोचा कि ये थोड़ा सीनियर है, राहुल गांधी जी और सबको समझाएंगे, ये ही ऐसे हरकत करते हैं, क्या समझाएंगे दूसरे को। इससे तो अपेक्षा था कि ये थोड़ा वेल मैनर बिहेवियर करेंगे। पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी कहते हैं, ये कोई दल का मामला नहीं है, इस कारण प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को दल का विचार छोड़कर इस पर विचार करना चाहिए। ये मामला इस सारी सभा का है। जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी कहते हैं, संसद के सम्मान का जहां तक संबंध है, यह विषय बड़ा गंभीर हो जाता है। अध्यक्ष के विषय में जो कुछ कहा गया और किया गया है, वो सब हम लोगों के ऊपर ही लौट आता है। जो अपने को इस सभा का मान्य सदस्य कहते हैं, इस प्रश्न के सभा के सम्मुख आते ही मुझे अत्यंत दुखी हुआ। मैं चाहता हूं कि सदस्यों को इसका पता लग जाए। हम अध्यक्ष को बहुत वर्षों से जानते हैं, काम करते देखते हैं, और संभव है हम में से कुछ लोगों की सम्मति उनके विषय में ठीक वैसे ही ना हो जैसे कि।
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to another breaking development that we're getting in amid the West Asia war. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that our aspiration, I'm quoting him, is to bring the Iranian people to cast off the yoke of tyranny. He, in fact, also said that in the end, it depends on the Iranians, but there is no doubt that through the actions taken so far, Israel is breaking the Iranian regime's bones. Now, in fact, he also said that Israel's hand remains extended, now also hinting that the operation is nowhere close to its end. A big statement coming in from the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, where he says that Israel is breaking the Iranian regime's bones and that they will bring a permanent end to it if they succeed together along with the Iranian people. Now remember, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that Israel's military campaign against Iran is not over yet, adding that the operation was degrading Iran's clerical leadership. Viewers, now shifting focus. The Speaker of Islamic Republic of Iran's parliament said absolutely we are not seeking a ceasefire, and he said that we believe we must strike the aggressor in the mouth so that they learn a lesson and never again even think of aggressing against Iran. Now the Zionist regime sees it as and existing in perpetuating the cycle of war negotiations. Now remember, this comes as Israel has said that it's not seeing the end to the war anytime soon. Now Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Kazem Gharbibadi has ruled out the possibility of a ceasefire with the US. Now remember, this is a reiteration from the side of the Iranian regime. Earlier too, they said that a complete surrender is only something that the US can dream of. And now Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Minister Kazim Gharibabadi has ruled out the possibility of a ceasefire with the US. Now, this comes following in the heels of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's statement where he said that Israel will continue its bombing expeditions inside the Iranian territories and will keep bellowing attacks against the Iranian regime. Now, also remember, Iran has now spoken out. Iran says that there is no room for a ceasefire or even negotiations with the US. In fact, they have said that they are out to hit the aggressor in the mouth so that the aggressors learn a lesson and never again think of violence against Iran. Two contradicting statements coming in. Now, Israel says that it will continue its bombing expeditions inside the Iranian territories against the Iranian regime. And now, Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Kazim Gharibabadi has ruled out any possibility of a ceasefire with Israel. Now remember, viewers, we're quickly cutting into another breaking development where Hardeep Singh Puri is meeting S. Jaishankar. Now this comes as India has remained confident over their LPG supply amid the ongoing West Asian tensions. And now Hardeep Singh Puri is all set to meet S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister. Also remember, the External Affairs Minister just a few days ago expressed full confidence that India is in full control of the global supply chain as India is moving towards other players for oil supply. Viewers, in fact, quickly shifting focus to the war again, another breaking development that we're getting, and an important one. Now, Iran has claimed full responsibility for a drone strike targeting oil and gas facilities in Israel's northern city of Haifa. In fact, they've also described it as a retaliation for the earlier attacks on Iranian energy infrastructure. Now, according to the IRGC and the Iranian military, the operation targeted oil and gas refineries as well as fuel storage depots linked to Israel, which Tehran referred to as Zionist entities. That's what they have said, and I'm quoting them. Now, the strike comes after reported Israeli attacks on over 30 oil depots in and across Tehran, the capital city of Iran, and refinery facilities in and around Tehran, escalating the tit-for-tat targeting of critical energy infrastructure in the ongoing conflict. Now, Iran has retaliated. Remember, just yesterday, over 30 oil depots, fuel depots in and across the Karaj city, Tehran, the Iranian capital, were hit, sending the entire capital into huge plumes of smoke. In fact, various carpet bombing operations were also launched by the Israeli Defense Forces at the Iranian capital. And now, with major energy infrastructure completely flattened inside Tehran, Iran has retaliated. In fact, they have claimed full responsibility of a drone strike that targeted oil and gas facilities in Israel's northern city of Haifa. They have described it as a tit-for-tat retaliation against Israeli aggression over Tehran's oil depots and facilities. Viewers, these are the visuals on your screens from Haifa. Huge plumes of smoke going up as Iranian aggression increases. Viewers, quickly shifting focus now. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and the Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri are set to meet Prime Minister Modi. Now, this comes as LPG supply plans for the entire country, especially for domestic use, have been revised using emergency provisions where LPG production is being increased. And in fact, major oil players have been asked to increase LPG production. And now, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and the Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri are all set to meet Prime Minister Modi over the same concerns. Also remember, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar sounded confident and said that India is holding its ground. India is not facing any oil, fuel, petroleum or even crude or LPG shortages. This comes as West Asia tensions continue to climb. Now, External Affairs Minister had made this statement earlier. In fact, the Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri has also, in cooperation with his cabinet, applied the Essential Commodities Act over liquefied petroleum gas for domestic use for over 3 crore households across India. Now, households are being looked at first on the priority list, coming down to other sectors that require LPG, also being looked at, which includes hospitals, as the supply remains in a crumbling position after the West Asia tensions have increased. Now, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri are all set to meet Prime Minister Modi over the hovering tensions on LPG and gas supplies. Now, also remember, Hardeep Singh Puri said confidently that India is not eyeing any shortage at all. In fact, they have put in place the Essential Commodities Act 1955, asking for mass production of liquefied petroleum gas. Now also, India is shifting focus and eyeing at other oil supply and gas supply partners other than the ones operating out of the Strait of Hormuz. And Russia has come out to be one of the biggest partners in this entire thing. And also, the government is first looking at the domestic supply of liquefied petroleum gas, keeping on to External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's resolve that India's first priority is its own people, is its national interest in the face of crippling oil and gas demands across supply across the world. Viewers, now shifting focus, a lot has been going on amid the Indian politics. Now, the BJP has come down heavily on West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. This comes after the TMC Supremo made remarks of protecting Hindus or else they would be finished in seconds' time. Now, BJP Sambit Patra alleges that Chief Minister Mamata's remarks are similar to those made by Akbaruddin Owaisi. Watch this next report.
देखिए, ममता बनर्जी जी की जो क्लिप आज हम मीडिया में देख रहे हैं, सोशल मीडिया में भी चल रहा है, वो बहुत ही निंदनीय है, चिंताजनक है और धमकियों से भरा हुआ है। ममता बनर्जी जी का कहना कि मैं सरकार में हूं, हमारी सरकार है तो आप सुरक्षित है, अगर मैं हट जाऊं एक सेकंड के लिए तो एक कम्युनिटी आपको घेर करके सेकंडों में समाप्त कर देगी। आप सोचिए ममता बनर्जी क्या कहना चाहती है। मतलब वो स्वीकार कर रही है कि तुष्टीकरण के उस लेवल तक उन्होंने एक कम्युनिटी को पहुंचाया है। वो स्वीकार कर रही है कि हिंसा इस कदर बंगाल में हो रहा है कि 1 मिनट में, 1 सेकंड में एक पूरी की पूरी कम्युनिटी साफ की जा सकती है, उनको मारा जा सकता है, उनको बंगाल के पृष्ठभूमि से हटाया जा सकता है। आप सोचिए, एक कुर्सी पे बैठी हुई मुख्यमंत्री अगर एक धर्म के लिए इस प्रकार की सोच रख रही है कि यह धर्म विशेष के लोग कापुरुष हैं और इनको मार दिया जाएगा, केवल मैं ही शील्ड हूं, तो यह ठीक उसी प्रकार का बयान है जैसे अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी ने कहा था कि 15 सेकंड के लिए पुलिस हटा के देखो, 15 मिनट के लिए पुलिस हटा के देखो, फिर हिंदुओं का क्या होगा आप जान जाएंगे। ममता बनर्जी हैज जस्ट रिपीटेड Akbaruddin Owaisi's statement in different words.
Viewers, now at the center of any war are civilians. But for now, we're shifting focus from the war and looking at another story that we're tracking. Now, 7 workers were killed in an accident during excavation work at a residential project of Signature Global along the Delhi-Jaipur highway on Monday. Sources have also revealed that the wall suddenly collapsed during the excavation work, burying several workers under it. Here is the full report on who is responsible for the catastrophe.
7 labourers were killed late Monday night after being buried under soil during excavation at a Haryana construction site. A massive portion of the soil suddenly caved in, trapping the workers beneath. Authorities have confirmed 7 fatalities so far, with several other injured workers successfully rescued.
ये सिग्नेचर ग्लोबल का प्रोजेक्ट है। तकरीबन 150 एकड़ में ये प्रोजेक्ट जो है वो फैला हुआ है। जानकारी ये मिली कि सोमवार रात को कुछ मजदूर मिट्टी में दब जाते हैं और आनन फानन में जब रेस्क्यू किया गया तो 7 लोगों की मौत की जानकारी मिली। 4 लोग गंभीर रूप से घायल हुए जिनको अस्पताल में भर्ती किया गया।
The disaster occurred within the society premises along the Delhi-Jaipur highway. Sources say a wall collapsed with a loud bang, instantly burying the victims under heavy debris. Local police, district administration, and SDRF teams arrived immediately to launch a high-stakes rescue operation. After several hours of intensive digging and clearing, the trapped survivors were finally rescued. The project is said to be owned by a real estate company. Construction is underway on 153 acres of land. This tragedy raises serious questions regarding whether safety standards were ignored during the site's construction. The bodies were covered in mud and had fractures on their hands and feet when they were brought to the Bhiwadi hospital. Gurugram police have since reached Bhiwadi District Hospital to take possession of the 7 deceased. Officials have vowed that strict legal action will follow if any evidence of criminal negligence is found.
Viewers, with that, it's time to now slip into a short commercial break. But don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side, where we keep tracking how Saudi's largest oil producer, Aramco CEO, has now warned of global consequences and drastic domino effect on aviation and agriculture amid the war in West Asia. Getting you this and a lot more right after this short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Saudi's largest oil producer, Aramco CEO warns of global consequences and drastic domino effect on aviation and agriculture. Government invokes ECA to ensure LPG supply, order refineries to divert key streams. LPG committee constituted to review representations, panel to review representations for supplies to hotels and industries. Amid West Asia war, government issues orders to oil refineries for higher LPG production and using extra production for domestic LPG use. Crude oil prices fall 13% in 24 hours globally after crossing $110 per barrel. Crude oil eases to $88.9. And it's also the parliament where we are seeing a showdown, heated debate in the Lok Sabha as opposition brings motion against Speaker, even raises Epstein files and General Narwane issue. We begin with breaking news coming in now. It's also news. Iran has now, Parliament Speaker has ruled out seeking any ceasefire. Iran says will teach Israel and US a lesson, rules out ceasefire. That's the big breaking news coming in. Iran Parliament Speaker rules out seeking any ceasefire. It's very, very clear. Iran is saying we're going to teach Israel and US a lesson. This is after Donald Trump had earlier said that they were trying to see whether a ceasefire could be reached. But this is Iran now saying they do not want a ceasefire. They're going to be teaching a lesson. What this is really indicating is that Donald Trump did not think this through. The war in West Asia is going on. And this is the big breaking news that's coming. And as we are speaking, Iran's parliamentary speaker has now given out this news. A clear indication about possibly what lies ahead is the Iranian leadership warning of further retaliation against US and Israel following the start of the conflict on 28th of February. Oh, let me go across to my colleague, Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor, to throw light on this latest warning coming from the Iran Parliament Speaker. Abhishek, it's clear there's going to be more escalation. Iran is not backing down.
Well, yes, and multiple voices coming out of Tehran clearly indicate that they are doubling down rhythm, they are hardening their position, and it's like a cornered cat that sort of hits back, and that's the only way a cornered cat really responds. So while we are discussing whether what the Americans and the Israelis together have done is right or wrong, if you look at it from the Iranian perspective, they have lost their supreme leader, they have lost his entire family, they have lost almost the entire second rung of their leadership, various ministers, ministries, department heads, including the IRGC head. There is absolutely new crop of leadership that's come up. Just yesterday, in a dare, they have anointed Mujtaba, the son of the late Ayatollah Khamenei, as the next supreme leader. And now these voices coming in. Speaker of the Iranian Assembly, Ghalibaf, and one of the advisors of the supreme leader or the new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, on foreign policy issues, maintaining to interlocutors in the West that they are not looking at backing off, that they are good insofar as their war machine is concerned, howsoever decimated or whatever the claims being made by the Americans, that they can continue this war of attrition that this has become with those low-cost drones and missiles from wherever Iranians can shoot at American military targets, and those facilities or buildings, even civilian infrastructure, which the Iranians suspect are being used by the Americans from Gulf countries. So in that sense, I think what we are seeing is that Iran perhaps sees that Americans are not finding a way out, or as they say, a ramp off, and want to make it seemingly difficult. We don't know whether there is any back channel going on, Rhythm. You sort of get a sense that the might be looking for a ramp off in a typical taco fashion, which is the scale of American.
As the energy crisis looms, the big breaking news that's coming in from the capital, Abhishek, I want to come across on that to you. Petroleum Minister Hardeep Puri, Minister of External Affairs Dr. Jai Shankar meet the Prime Minister. It's a key meeting underway in the Parliament over the looming energy crisis. Abhishek, I want to come back to you, as it's a key meeting in the Parliament between the Petroleum Minister, the Minister of External Affairs and the Prime Minister. Coming back to you, Abhishek, now the key notice on India. We need a perspective about how India is going to be handling this energy crisis.
Well, you see, so if you go by the daily briefings, and today's briefing is yet to happen, Rhythm, or seems to be going on as we speak, which is typically conducted by Petroleum Minister Hardeep Puri. The government wants to project a picture that they are in control, that there is no need to panic, that there are enough storage, there is enough storage and stocks available with the oil marketing companies and the government's strategic petroleum reserves, as they are called, SPR, at about 5 million metric tons, and that we are going good so far as another 25 to 30 days. The actual stocks are about 50 days is concerned. So, and then of course the replenishments are coming in. Just that the gas supplies from Gulf are completely hit because Qatar has stopped production, because oil you can source from other places. Even on gas, diversification of supply chains is being attempted, but all this really takes time. So if you have to get gas from Canada, if it can come from the Gulf in 2 days or 5 days or 7 days, from Canada it can take 15 days, 20 days. So obviously there is some sense of a crunch building up, and that's seen in some pockets of the country. We have got reports, ground reports filed by our reporters and correspondents spread across the country. So while, for example, from Jammu and Lucknow, the reports suggest that there is no sense of panic and it's absolute calm. Other pockets like Hyderabad or Mumbai or Ahmedabad, there is some sense of panic amongst consumers, not with the agencies or stockholders, because they know that the stocks are good.
All right, Abhishek, thank you for giving us those latest details. We're going to stay with the news of the West Asia war, and there's big news coming in. The Iranian army has now announced that its Air Force drones have attacked an oil and gas refinery and fuel storage facilities belonging to the Israeli regime in Haifa. This news is coming on reports of the Iranian media. The strike has been announced as a direct retaliation for the joint US-Israeli strikes on Iranian energy. The target is, they say they targeted the Haifa oil refinery operated by the Bazan Group in Haifa Bay. This is considered to be Israel's largest oil processing facility. They say Israel's largest oil-producing refinery has been hit. And they say that we've used drones, Air Force drones, called suicide drones in this specific attack, with specific details coming in. And this is also a retaliation that is coming on this story. As the West Asia war rages, viewers, the government has now invoked the Emergency Act to tackle the LPG crisis. Government has invoked ECA to ensure LPG supply is regulated and has also ordered refineries to divert key streams. This after Middle East conflict has disrupted LNG shipments and especially oil passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Let me actually tell our viewers the reasons this happened, why this government invoking the Emergency Act. The Middle East conflict first disrupted LNG shipments. The LNG emergency is caused. LNG supplies via the Strait of Hormuz have been impacted. The suppliers have invoked force majeure clause. There's diversion of the natural gas to priority sectors. And the LPG emergency is therefore caused in the priority sector, the domestic piped gas, the compressed gas for transport. It's also seen 80% of the average 6 months of consumption availability is there. 100% availability of average 6-month gas consumption has to be seen. Following the global energy crisis, all states in India as well as the LPG watch in touch with the Petroleum Ministry. Hotel associations across India reach out for more supplies. LPG committee has been constituted to review representations. The panel to review representations for supplies to hotels, industries and others have written to the Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri expressing concern over the government order restricting LPG PNG supply. Restaurants and hotels, remember, depend heavily on PNG for daily cooking operations. The sector provides 40 lakh direct and 160 lakh indirect jobs in Maharashtra. The association requests the government to ensure minimum PNG supply to protect the hospitality industry and the workers' livelihood.
As of now, the situation is very bad. I can say it's horrible. From past Thursday onwards, we have been facing acute shortage and scarcity of cylinder supplies. Due to it, as of now, 20% of our hotels have already been closed. And if the same situation continues in the days to come, higher percentage of hotels will have to be forcibly shut down.
So now, if we consider the fact about the about LPG gas cylinders that are available right now, for how long the restaurants can work, and at the moment, how many restaurants are working or they have shut?
As I told you before also, as I mentioned you before also, 20% of the restaurants have already been shut down due to non-availability of cylinders, and black marketing is also very much on the rise. As on today, I have been getting messages all across Mumbai from my members that black marketing per cylinder has shot up to the tune of 3,000 rupees per cylinder, and which is not at all feasible. And at the most, a mid-sized restaurant can store a stock of 2 to 3 days fuel at the most. So I think so within a day or two, stock will be exhausted, and after 2 days, situation will be very bad.
The BJP has come down heavily on West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee after TMC Supremo made remarks of protecting Hindus, else they could be finished in seconds. Time. BJP's Shambit Patra has alleged the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's remarks are similar to those made by Akrubuddin Owaisi. Watch this report.
देखिए, ममता बनर्जी जी की जो क्लिप आज हम मीडिया में देख रहे हैं, सोशल मीडिया में भी चल रहा है, वो बहुत ही निंदनीय है, चिंताजनक है और धमकियों से भरा हुआ है। ममता बनर्जी जी का कहना कि मैं सरकार में हूं, हमारी सरकार है तो आप सुरक्षित है, अगर मैं हट जाऊं 1 सेकंड के लिए तो एक कम्युनिटी आपको घेर करके सेकंडों में समाप्त कर देगी। आप सोचिए ममता बनर्जी क्या कहना चाहती है। मतलब वो स्वीकार कर रही है कि तुष्टीकरण के उस लेवल तक उन्होंने एक कम्युनिटी को पहुंचाया है। वो स्वीकार कर रही है कि हिंसा इस कदर बंगाल में हो रहा है कि 1 मिनट में, 1 सेकंड में एक पूरी की पूरी कम्युनिटी साफ की जा सकती है, उनको मारा जा सकता है, उनको बंगाल के पृष्ठभूमि से हटाया जा सकता है। आप सोचिए, एक कुर्सी पे बैठी हुई मुख्यमंत्री अगर एक धर्म के लिए इस प्रकार की सोच रख रही है कि यह धर्म विशेष के लोग कापुरुष हैं और इनको मार दिया जाएगा, केवल मैं ही शील्ड हूं, तो ये ठीक उसी प्रकार का बयान है जैसे अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी ने कहा था कि 15 सेकंड के लिए पुलिस हटा के देखो, 15 मिनट के लिए पुलिस हटा के देखो, फिर हिंदुओं का क्या होगा आप जान जाएंगे। ममता बनर्जी has just repeated Akbaruddin Owaisi's statement in different words.
And there's big breaking news coming in from West Asian war alerts. Netanyahu has now said our aspiration is to bring the Iranian people to cast off the yoke of tyranny. He said in the end it depends on them, but there is no doubt that through these actions taken, it will go far. We are breaking their bones. This is what Netanyahu has now stated. It's clear that he's trying to state and say our hand is extended. A big statement from Netanyahu where he says Israel is breaking Iran's bones. We will bring a permanent end if we succeed together. There's also breaking news coming in from Europe, and now Russian President Vladimir Putin has threatened to stop energy supply to the European markets. He said EU countries plan to impose additional restrictions on Russian LNG and energy. Putin said, I have instructed governments to evaluate possibility of stopping energy supplies to the European market without waiting for the door to be shut in our face. An Iranian government spokesperson has said 193 children were killed in the US and Israeli attacks. This is yet another reminder of what war is doing in West Asia, and this is the news that's coming in now. Iran has come out and spoken about the killings. The spokesperson has said 193 children have been killed in the US and Israeli strikes. It's an impact of what's happening there, and even as Israel and US are trying to say we only targeted those settlements by Iran that needed to be targeted, this number brings the clear picture of the impact on civilians that have also died, especially 193 children who have been killed in these attacks. And the truth of the matter, viewers, the world is paying for Trump's madness. Arnab tears into Donald Trump's reckless Iran war, exposing how soaring oil prices over $100 a barrel, dismissed by Trump as a small price to pay, while branding critics fools, have devastated India with 8.5 lakh crore wiped from markets, crushing ordinary savings and spiked petrol diesel costs. He slams the failed regime change fantasy, Pentagon's quick victory promises gone wrong. Mojtaba Khamenei's rise as supreme leader with Putin's backing, and horrifying civilian tragedies like the alleged US missile strike killing 150 plus schoolgirls. This is not strategy. It's ego-driven chaos, risked global recession, inflation shocks, endless mayhem. Arnab demands the world rein in Trump before Asia and beyond pay an unbearable price.
Donald Trump has said that this is going to be a long war. And basically, if you see his tweets, I'll put out a graphic on a few tweets of his. He's preparing everyone. He says, no problems if oil goes over $100 a barrel. This is no problem, according to Trump. He said this is a small price to pay for the war. I put that differently. And he says anyone else who thinks it's anything more than a small price to pay is a fool. So Donald Trump believes that everyone except him across the entire world is a fool. Ladies and gentlemen, I reserve my words. I shall say nothing about Donald Trump. But I will say one thing tonight. He should rethink his words. When he thinks of the money that's wiped out, which rough estimate is 8.5 lakh crores. Ladies and gentlemen, when he says this is no problem, the war should continue for a long time, he must rephrase that. He should now begin to say that there is absolutely no problem anywhere in the world. If the whole world is in a state of shock, as long as Donald Trump's personal ego and narcissism is under control, as long as he's feeling all right personally, there is no problem. Ladies and gentlemen, when he says only fools would think differently, when he says it's a small price, let me tell you what small looks like. And that is the number, 8,50,000 crore rupees wiped out from the Indian markets. That is Trump's definition of small. We were not consulted. We were not warned. We simply are paying for his war. We are paying for his understanding of the way he thinks the world should be. Ladies and gentlemen, the one number that tells you everything about oil was $72 a barrel before the first missile flew. And look at it today. Nobody in the Gulf voted for this war. Today it has crossed $100 per barrel. Trust me, everybody, when they go to pick up petrol, diesel, are paying for it. You are paying for Trump's war. Our government is doing fine. We're doing the best. The government is doing the best it can in the prevailing circumstances. But somewhere we are all world citizens. Aren't we always told we are world citizens? We should have a say in what's happening in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sensex does not lie. The Sensex does not have a foreign policy. It doesn't have a side. Thousands of crores, ordinary Indians' savings, retirement money, all gone. Because America decided to settle a score. And now the media, the Western media, which has lost its spine a long time, is suddenly waking up to what we had asked earlier about an American missile hitting a school and killing 150 schoolgirls. That also, and you see the pictures of the children being buried. Dozens and dozens of schoolgirls for no fault of theirs. This is the price of America's war. This is the price for Trump's ego. Trump thinks it's all right. It's all right. A Tomahawk missile, an American missile, allegedly hits a school and 150 school children die. He says it's not a Tomahawk missile. What is this? If it's not a Tomahawk missile, Donald Trump. Children playing in their school were killed, destroyed, lives destroyed, and then being buried one next to each other. Children who should have been in a school laboratory. Schoolgirls who should have been doing physics and chemistry experiments. Schoolgirls who should have been in the park. These schoolgirls all wiped out, all killed. And Trump says it's all right, it's a small price to pay. We can choose to be quiet about it. And you, if you're watching the program today, can say nothing happens. It's a small price to pay. But this, Donald Trump, is not a small price to pay. Especially because there is no end to this madness. And Trump has lost control, in my view. Trump was told one thing and something else is happening on the ground. Pete Hegseth told him, he's the Secretary for Defense. Pentagon reports to him. Pentagon and Pete Hegseth told Trump that this is going to be over within 2 or 3 days. And now they do not have an answer. They do not have an answer, so they do the Rambo number. And they say, be prepared for many more people dying. Be prepared for mayhem. Be prepared for oil shocks. Be prepared for economic disruption. Be prepared for everything. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not bothered about the cost for America. I'm bothered about the cost for all of us. And I'm truly concerned that unless the world comes together and says, Mr. Trump, you have been unable to carry out a regime change. And proof of that is Ayatollah Mujtaba being made the supreme leader. And Vladimir Putin sending him a letter, standing in solidarity with him and saying, congratulations on taking over. The regime change operation has failed. If anything, ladies and gentlemen, if anything, all this money being spent, all the innocent people being killed, an entire region and the rest of the world, more than 30 countries drawn directly or indirectly into a battle, all based upon some wrong advice that Trump went by when Pete Hegseth and the Pentagon told him this would be over in 3 days, and they cannot deny it. The American media should start questioning what is happening. Because today, everybody is already realizing the whole world is being told to pay the price. Even before the strikes happen, even before February 28th strikes, the global institutions were already talking about a deteriorating world economy. Now imagine, with the war in full swing, what happens to inflation? What happens to fuel prices? What happens to the possibility of a global recession? And for what? Because Donald Trump thought he could play Rambo. Ladies and gentlemen, Asia will pay the highest price. India has a huge exposure. Government's doing a great job, but our LNG imports are Gulf-linked. We have emergency stockpiles. We are doing well, but all countries in Asia will be impacted.
And coming up, Saudi's largest oil producer, Aramco CEO, warns of global consequences, drastic domino effect on aviation and agriculture.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
largest oil producer, Aramco CEO warns of global consequences and drastic domino effect on aviation and agriculture. Government invokes ECA to ensure LPG supply, order refineries to divert key streams. LPG committee constituted to review representations, panel to review representations for supplies to hotel and industries. Amid West Asia war, government issues orders to oil refineries for higher LPG production and using extra production for domestic LPG use. Crude oil prices fall 13% in 24 hours globally after crossing $110 per barrel. Crude oil eases to $88.9. And a heated debate in Lok Sabha as opposition brings motion against Speaker, even raises Epstein files in Nirvana issue. Breaking news that's coming in now. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has written to the Petroleum Minister regarding the shortage of commercial LPG in Bengaluru. He writes that to Hardeep Puri, he says there's a shortage of commercial LPG in Bengaluru and he wants him to know that this has disrupted supply for hotels, mess facilities, hostels, etc. And he wants the urgent intervention to restore adequate commercial LPG supply. Karnataka Chief Minister writes to Hardeep Puri over the LPG crisis. Amid the West Asia war, the global energy crisis, and we're seeing the Karnataka Chief Minister write to the Petroleum Minister. Let me go across to Abhishek joining us from Bengaluru. Abhishek, a very clear and subtle way that the Karnataka Chief Minister is now passing the buck to the central government. Even as there is war looming large in West Asia, we're seeing the Karnataka Chief Minister try and play possibly politics when he's bringing this to the attention of the Petroleum Minister at this time. But of course, the larger picture is also there is a crisis of oil across the world.
Rhythm, in fact, the Chief Minister CM Siddaramaiah, who spoke to the media yesterday, also mentioned the fact it is the failure of the union government that the people in the city of Bengaluru and across the state of Karnataka are facing the shortage of the gas supply. On the other hand, he has also written a letter to the union minister seeking his intervention and the intervention of the union government in getting the gas which has been held across the globe towards India. And also he mentions the fact around 1080 MT of gas is being used in the commercial sector in throughout the state every single day, and this has been come to a complete halt, and this has had a direct hit on the hotel industry, and he seeks the immediate intervention of the union government. However, the state government, who had to be in continuous touch with various other agencies of the gas or the petroleum products, be it the BPCL, the HPCL or the IOCL, has on the other hand failed in a sector where they haven't been able to have a continuous touch with the union government. And also this in fact has created chaos even in the domestic usage, because people are worried that the hotels have already stopped getting their supply of the cylinders. On the other hand, in the next couple of days, if at all the gas or the petroleum power products doesn't reach Karnataka, it is sure that the even domestic usage will come to a halt. And also we will have to see how the union government and the state government proceeds with respect to this particular issue. We have seen the ruling party in Karnataka, Congress, which has claimed that this failure is only because of the union government, and also they mentioned the fact that the state government has no hold or no responsibility with respect to getting the gas towards Karnataka. We are also awaiting the response of various other MPs with respect to what their point of view might be with respect to this particular development. Rhythm.
All right, thank you for those details, Abhishek. We're going to keep tracking that story. And there's big breaking news coming in. G7 nations are mulling the use of emergency oil stocks. G7 considers the move to bring down oil prices. G7 nations say all options are on the table. France, remember, currently holding rotating G7 presidency. They are considering the use of emergency oil stocks. G7 finance ministers and IEA executive director held a virtual meeting on Monday to discuss the economic impact of the escalating conflict. And the group has declared it's ready to take necessary measures to support global supply. It stopped short of a final commitment to release the stocks immediately. But this is a key G7 nation meeting, and the International Energy Agency completed emergency discussions regarding the potential release of strategic oil reserves. This is clear as there's a potential scale, and officials are discussing a coordinated release of 300 million to 400 million barrels, which represents roughly 25% to 30% of the total IEA emergency reserves. And Israeli Air Force's, more breaking news coming in, has destroyed a large IRGC base in the city of Abdanan province, that's in central Iran. Huge plumes of smoke is coming out as another IRGC base has now been struck. This is the big breaking news that's coming in. At this hour, it seems another Israeli Air Force strike destroyed another IRGC base in Iran. And this is an indication that the Israeli warplane specially targeted a police headquarters IRGC-linked facility in Abdanan 2 a.m. province, with subsequent large plumes of snow observed, indicating a significant strike. This attacks part of the broader intensive air campaign by Israel and the US, which began on 28th of February. The same timeline, similar large-scale strikes have been seen and reported across central and western Iran, including Tehran, destroying significant military infrastructure, causing massive damage, and there's often been characterized by heavy smoke. As the West Asia war is raging, the government has now invoked the Emergency Act to tackle the LPG crisis. The government invokes ECA to ensure LPG supply is regulated. It's also ordered refineries to divert key streams. This after the Middle East conflict disrupted LNG shipments, especially the oil passage through the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to play certain visuals, viewers, to explain this situation to you. The main emergency is on the priority sector: domestic piped gas, compressed gas for transport, pipeline compressed fuel. 100% availability needs to be there. The second main thing to be seen is that there is 70% availability of average 6-month gas consumption. There should be gas supply to tea industries, manufacturing and other industrial consumers. And a priority number 4 is also supply of city gas to industrial and commercial consumers. Important is gas supply to the city gas to industrial commercial consumers, and an 80% average of 6-month gas consumption should be there. Also, the supply has to be to natural gas to the fertilizer plants. Following the global energy crisis, all states in India as well as the LPG Watch are in touch with the Petroleum Ministry. Associations across India are reaching out for more supplies. LPG committee has been constituted to review the representations. The panel is also going to review representations for supplies to the hotel industries. We have a reaction that's also coming in from AHAR, the Hotel and Restaurant Association, that wrote earlier to the Petroleum Minister expressing concern over the government order restricting LPG PNG supply and asking for, saying that they heavily depend on PNG for daily cooking operations, and asking and requesting them to ensure minimum PNG supply.
As of now, the situation is very bad. I can say it's horrible. From past Thursday onwards, we have been facing acute shortage and scarcity of cylinder supplies. Due to it, as of now, 20% of our hotels have already been closed. And if the same situation continues in the days to come, higher percentage of hotels will have to be forcibly shut down.
So now, if we consider the fact about the about LPG gas cylinders that are available right now, for how long the restaurants can work, and at the moment, how many restaurants are working or they have shut?
As I told you before also, as I mentioned you before also, 20% of the restaurants have already been shut down due to non-availability of cylinders, and black marketing is also very much on the rise. As on today, I have been getting messages all across Mumbai from my members that black marketing per cylinder has shot up to the tune of 3,000 rupees per cylinder, and which is not at all feasible. And at the most, a mid-sized restaurant can store a stock of 2 to 3 days fuel at the most. So I think so within a day or two, stock will be exhausted, and after 2 days, situation will be very bad.
बहुत शॉर्टेज है, बहुत मतलब डेली का जो हम लोग का धंधा है वो हम लोग कर नहीं पा रहे हैं, और पब्लिक पूरा रिटर्न जा रही है उसके वजह से, क्योंकि माल ही नहीं निकलते। एक सिलेंडर कितना दिन यूज़ करेंगे? एक सिलेंडर हम लोग को 2 या 3 दिन जाता था, अभी तो एक सिलेंडर नहीं मिला, 3 दिन अभी धंधा बंद था। हम लोग ने हमेशा धंधा बंद करना पड़ता है। ये पिछले 3 दिन में तो कम से कम 2 दिन धंधा बंद रखा, मैं आज ही धंधा चालू किया। ऐसा ये दिक्कत है, ये यहीं का प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, सब जगह। अभी परसों के दिन तो इधर बोरोली से पूरा टेम्पो भर के आया था, यहाँ पे पूरा वासना का मुँह।
And there's breaking news coming in. There is another letter that's coming in now from the National Restaurant Association of India, written to the Petroleum Ministry. It states commercial gas is lifeline to these businesses. The supply cut of commercial gas will have a catastrophic impact, and gradually they will have to shut down. This is the big breaking news. There's another letter to the petroleum industry. This is going from the National Restaurant Association of India, writing to the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, stating that it is a lifeline to these businesses, and this will finally lead to catastrophic results for this industry, which will finally lead to its stopping. We have to see, viewers, this is the impact that this war is happening right here in India, and this is the breaking news coming in. This letter has now come out. Another letter, another update on the same energy crisis. Now, the National Restaurant Association of India writes, calling it a catastrophic closure of majority of the country's 5 lakh restaurants. They say the supply has been halted with this crisis in cities like Bengaluru, Mumbai, Delhi, and therefore there's confusion, there's essential services plea. This is the big breaking news coming in. A massive fire broke out in a fruit market in Kacheri Pada area of Bhiwandi in Maharashtra. 5-6 godowns were reportedly damaged by the fire.
A massive fire erupted in a fruit market in Maharashtra's Bhiwandi. Initially, the fire broke out in a garbage in Kacheri Pada area. But the fire quickly spread to the fruit market. According to the police, the team reached the spot immediately to bring the situation under control. A fire brigade was also called. The fire was brought under control by the fire brigade team. But there was damage caused to 5 to 6 godowns located at the market. At least 5 to 6 godowns were reportedly damaged by the fire. Fortunately, no casualties were reported.
And there's breaking news coming in. This is now coming in from the Kremlin. Russian President Putin's Iran proposal is still on the table. The Kremlin says Russian President Vladimir Putin, who yesterday held a call with Donald Trump, has offered different options to mediate and reduce tensions in the West Asia war. Spokesperson Dmitry Peskov declined to offer more details about what the talk was on, but he said there were considerations that Putin raised on the call. He said these proposals are still on the table. Russia is ready to provide any help it can to reduce the tensions in the Middle East. That's the big breaking news coming in from the Kremlin. And this is now Russia offering to get some help on the story. We're also getting to know details about how Russia is trying to ensure that possibly in this case they're able to offer help. This is the big breaking news coming in. As the Kremlin says, the Russian President Vladimir Putin is there. This is now confirmed that President Vladimir Putin's proposal for mediating the war involving Iran remains active on the table following a phone call with US President Donald Trump. While the Kremlin president has declined to provide specific details regarding these considerations, he said Russia has offered several options to de-escalate the regional tensions and facilitate a political statement. This is an hour-long call that was held. Let me go across to Ishita, who's joining us live from the newsroom. Ishita, an hour-long call between Donald Trump and Putin shared ideas aimed at a quick political diplomatic settlement. The global impact with this would be major. This is Putin trying to step in, as the leaders also discussed other ongoing wars in Ukraine, and Trump urging Putin to focus on that. But a very clear indication that Russia is also showing its authority over Iran to the US here.
Right, of course, there are two countries that have been backing Iran in this conflict, which is China and Russia. In fact, both have come out this time to offer their mediation in this war, which has now entered its 11th day. There was a call that took place between the US president and the Russian president. Trump says that he asked Putin to just end the war in Russia and Ukraine, and that would be enough. But Putin, of course, here offered to mediate between US, Israel and Iran, the conflict which has now entered its 11 days, saying that it is important that the conflict does not spill over and comes to an end, because we're now looking at repercussions on energy supplies, oil supplies across the region. But of course, Trump is just suggesting that, you should keep your action limited towards ending the Russia-Ukraine war and not entering this conflict. And remember, Russia has not only offered to mediate, this offer has not only gone to the US president, but also Tehran as well. And this came after Donald Trump said that the war in West Asia could come to an end early. But Tehran here has clearly laid it down for all the players involved. It will come only on the negotiating table on its own terms when there are guarantees provided by the aggressors, which is, of course, the US and Israel in this conflict. He says until there are guarantees provided by both US and Israel that attacks against Tehran will stop, it will not begin negotiations.
Thank you, Ishita, for that. There's more breaking news coming in, and this is yesterday when IDF soldiers identified a cell of Hezbollah terrorists and directed an aircraft that struck and eliminated the terrorists. In addition, the soldiers located numerous weapons, propaganda material. The troops identified suspects near IDF soldiers who posed a threat. The Israeli Air Force struck and eliminated them. This is the news that's coming in now. Iran parliamentary speaker is also ruled out seeing any ceasefire, was the news that had come in earlier. And now we're being told Israel struck the Hezbollah group. In parallel, remember, IDF troops began conducting targeted raids in southern Lebanon. During these raids, the troops identified the terrorists who entered the structure near the troops. Immediately after the identification, a tank fired at the terrorists and eliminated them. Additionally, a structure in which the Radwan force commanders gathered was struck, as well as weapons storage facility belonging to the terrorist organization. IDF troops continue to operate in forward defensive positions in order to prevent the Hezbollah terrorist organization from rebuilding and re-establishing in their capabilities. There's also news that's coming in. The Iranian army has now announced its Air Force drones have attacked an oil and gas refinery and the fuel storage facilities belonging to Israeli regime in Haifa. Viewers, let's explain to you. Haifa is the largest oil refinery that is there with Israel, and now this is a claim that's coming in from Iran. The Iranian media reports that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC associates have targeted oil, gas and fuel storage facilities in Haifa. the using drones. They're also saying that the critical infrastructure in the northern Israeli port city of Haifa has been damaged. This is a high escalation with tensions between Iran and Israel, including direct strikes threatening infrastructure. There is no immediate confirmation coming from the IDF regarding damage to the energy infrastructure in Haifa from a drone strike. And this could also be part of a psychological warfare from Iran. But this is the news coming in regarding Haifa, where the associated forces have targeted the IRGC says and claims it's targeted the refinery in Haifa using drones. And even as all this is coming out, there's more news coming that the Iran Parliament Speaker has ruled out seeking any ceasefire. Iran says we will teach Israel and US a lesson, and they rule out the ceasefire. That means they say we're not looking for any ceasefire amid the new attack on Israel. They're saying we're definitely no longer looking for a ceasefire. Sirens are warning of the immediate effects of this West Asian war. However, they're saying, and this is also Iran's Parliament Speaker Mohammad Jawed, who's writing on X, that we are retaliating, and it's coming after he says we're definitely not on the lookout for a ceasefire. We believe that the aggressor should be punched in the mouth so that he learns a lesson, so that he will never think of attacking our beloved Iran again. In addition to firing missiles, they have also the stronghold in the Strait of Hormuz, which has sent oil prices soaring. And this is also going to continue to be our top focus, viewers, through today, as now the Indian government invokes ECA to ensure LPG supplies, orders refineries to divert key streams. LPG committee constituted to review representations. The panel will review the representations for supplies to hotels and industries. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
From India's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And Aramco, Saudi's largest oil supplying agency, the CEO has now said that it's going to be catastrophic for the global supply market if attacks do not stop on the refineries. We're getting you all the details on that, and also how India is now tackling its liquefied petroleum gas shortage and much more. First, after your headlines, take a look. Saudi's largest oil producer, Aramco's CEO, warns of global consequences and drastic domino effect on aviation and agricultural industries amid the ongoing war. Government invokes Essential Commodities Act to ensure LPG supply, orders refineries to divert key streams. LPG committee constituted to review representations, panel to review representations for supplies to hotels and industries. Amid the West Asia war, government now issues orders to oil refineries for higher LPG production and using extra production for domestic LPG use. Crude oil prices fall 13% in 24 hours globally after crossing $110 per barrel. Crude oil eases to $88.9. Heated debate breaks out in Lok Sabha as opposition brings motion against Speaker Birla, even raises Epstein files and General Naravane issue. Viewers, starting first with the fresh breaking development of the hour. Now, the National Restaurants Association has written to the Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri asking him to put hotels and the hospitality industry in the essentials list. In fact, they have now in a written statement said that 5 lakh plus hotels and food businesses are aligned to the National Restaurant Association of India, approximately providing employment to over 8 million people. In fact, the letter also states that commercial gas is the lifeline of these businesses. In fact, they've said that supply cut of commercial gas will have catastrophic impact and gradually these businesses will have to shut down. Now we see the hospitality and the hoteliers taking a hit over the LPG supply reduction in India. Now remember, the government's first priority remains domestic gas supply and they have not put hotels and businesses in essentials till now. We're also being joined by my colleague Swarli to get us more updates into the matter. Swarli, speak to us about the recent that has come from the side of the hospitality industry. Now, we understand that, priority 1 is going to be domestic gas supply. Priority 2 is going to be hospitals. But where do we find hotels and the hospitality sector fitting in the list?
Yes, that's true. According to the NRAI letter that has been written to the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, let me tell you, they have stated that more than 5 lakh small-scale businesses, including huge hotels, small hotels, are aligned with them and they provide, employment to over 8 million Indians. And if the commercial gas supply is stalled, then all these major businesses will have to be stopped as soon as the gas supply ends. And that's the reason they have returned to the ministry. Also, when we try to talk with the Gujarat Head Association of Hotels, he also told that 20% of the commercial gas supply comes from the government agencies, which has been stalled since yesterday night, and that may impact around 2,000 to 3,000 hotels present in Gujarat. They'll have to be shut down as soon as their gas ends. And to be a matter of fact, major cities like Pune and Bangalore have started, they have the impact of the supply chain that is being dropped right now because the commercial gas is not on the priority list of the government, because we know that there is a war situation. And that's the reason cities like Pune and Bangalore, even there is a letter has been written by the city associations, and now from NRAI, it's a major update. They have also claimed that it's the third largest commercial service industry, more than 5.7 crore. So there's a kind of impact that is being seen because of at the Hormuz Strait, we all know that shipments are blocked. And gas is blocked right now by the government for the commercial gas industry.
Yeah. Right, Swarli, thanks for getting that to round for us. In fact, viewers, another letter has been written in a similar regard. Now, this letter states that gas supply for these commercial entities, for hoteliers, for the hospitality industry, is their lifeline throughout this sustenance. In fact, they've also raised alarms that major businesses, small businesses employing over 8 million people will have to now shut down if the government does not take in cognizance their demand for LPG. This comes in another letter that has now been written to the Petroleum Ministry and specifically the Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri. Now, this comes in connection with the first one that was written. Now, remember, the government's priority remains domestic supply of LPG. Second on the list is going to be educational institutes and hospitals at the priority list of LPG supply. The government has also invoked the Essential Commodities Act, but hoteliers and the hospitality business, one of the biggest businesses or sectors in India, do not find any mention. And now a large threat looms over their head. What next? That's what these hospitality sectors are asking. Viewers, in fact, now quickly shifting focus to the aftermath of the strikes in Iran. At least 9 hospitals in Iran have been flattened and they are no longer functional. This as per the recent statement of Iranian parliament. Now remember, multiple hospitals, including the Gandhi Hospital in Tehran, were flattened on just day 1 of the war. And as these strikes continue from the Israeli Defense Forces and the US, now Iran's Parliamentary Health Committee has said that 9 hospitals are no longer functional. In fact, they've also said that these have been flattened because of US and Israeli attacks. The claims are being made by Mohammad Jawed, who is a member of Iran's Parliamentary Health Committee. A huge alarm being sounded over the healthcare infrastructure being under attack as part of the West Asian tensions that continue to climb and have now entered its 11th day. Viewers, now Iran has made some explosive statements today. One of them is against EU's chief Ursula von der Leyen, and they have said that she's trying to whitewash Israeli aggression. Now remember, this comes after her statement where she demanded Iran to step down its aggression amid the climbing West Asian aggressions. And now Iran has responded. It says that the EU chief von der Leyen is trying to whitewash Israel's and US's aggression. The foreign minister of Iran also slammed the European Union and said, please spare the hypocrisy. In fact, I'm quoting the foreign minister who said that you've made a career out of standing on the wrong side of history, green-lighting occupation, genocide and atrocities, and now laundering US and Israeli crime of aggression and war crimes against the Iranians. An explosive statement made by Iran's foreign minister against European Union chief von der Leyen. Now, Iran has made this statement after the EU chief called for Iranian aggression to be reduced amid the ongoing escalations in West Asia. Now, in fact, he's also questioned that where was the European Union's voice when over 165 people, including 120 schoolgirls were killed in Iran's Minab. Viewers, shifting focus to another breaking development that we're tracking at this hour. Now, Iran has said that the European Union is whitewashing Israel's and US's war crimes. In fact, they've said that where was the European Union when 120 schoolgirls were killed in Iran's Minab? Viewers, now shifting focus to internal skirmishes over LPG. Now, after Hardeep Singh Puri, the Petroleum Minister, and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met with Prime Minister Modi, they've come out with a collaborative statement saying that LPG domestic supplies are in a comfortable position in the country. Now remember, this is the political statement that is being made that LPG and domestic supplies are completely in a comfortable position. India once again boasting its standing when it comes to oil and LPG demands and supply within the national borders amid the ongoing escalations in West Asia. Now, the government has said that the LPG remains in a comfortable position in India. However, remember, this comes at the feet of, even though the government is saying that there is adequate energy sources available, hotels and hospitality sector has now raised alarms over LPG shortages. Karnataka's Chief Minister Siddaramaiah also has raised alarms over shortage of commercial LPG cylinders within Bengaluru. However, the government has now assured that LPG, its domestic demand will be fully met as there are adequate energy sources available. And this statement comes in unison after a meet was organized with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, and also Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the helm of all of this. Now remember, India's 2-point boast in the West Asian tensions. One, India remains clear that their stand amid the war is of peace and dialogue, and that they will do everything to prioritize national security and national interests first. Now, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar had earlier also said that India remains in a comfortable position when it comes to petroleum, Brent crude oil and LPG supplies. Now, Hardeep Singh Puri, the Petroleum Minister, has reiterated that stance, saying that LPG's domestic supplies are in a comfortable position. However, hotels, commercial businesses and the hospitality sector remains shook over the news of LPG being in less supply than needed. In fact, there are also reports coming in from Bengaluru where commercial LPG cylinders are in a shortage. However, the government has said that now the LPG domestic supplies remain in a comfortable position for India. That's the latest that we're hearing. Now remember, this meeting, we're also being joined by our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor to get us more updates onto the matter. Abhishek, the reason that we're hearing, on one side the hospitality industry is raising its alarms, and on the other, now Hardeep Singh Puri, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and Prime Minister Modi's meeting has culminated. They say there is absolutely no shortage at all. Where do we stand exactly in this, Abhishek?
Well, you see, this is coming in from the briefing by Petroleum Minister, and so essentially what is being told is that the supplies remain comfortable, that we have a buffer stock of about 50 to 70 days, and that we have over the last few days diversified our sources of procurement from other geographies apart from the Strait of Hormuz, which is obviously constrained due to the ongoing West Asia war. And the sources also suggesting that those supplies which were non-Strait of Hormuz have increased from about 55-60% earlier to 70% now, which means about 10 to 15% increase from non-Gulf supplies of crude, and that pivoting has helped keep our stocks replenished, and to that extent the stock situation is comfortable. On the supply side or the distribution side, the oil marketing companies have set up a committee to reallocate available supplies. We have done some ground reports, Gesu, and we know that at most places the agencies have comfortable stocks. It's just that some element of panic among consumers and end users on whether those supplies are not going to be disrupted. Yeah. The government is essentially assuring that there is no need to panic and that supplies are taken care of. Let's go to Harsh. He was there in the briefing and he can tell us more. Harsh, given the reports of panic coming in from across the country, did you get a sense that the government was aware of those and that the government is doing something about it? And if yes, what is the government doing?
Well, right, Abhishek. In fact, the big breaking at this hour is that India is now importing 10% more LPG from the non-Hormuz sources, non-state of Hormuz sources. This has been briefed by an official source. This has been told that earlier India used to import nearly 55 to 60% of its LPG needs from the state of Hormuz. However, now from the non-state of Hormuz sources, however, this has now brought up to by 10%, which comes down to around 70%. India, in fact, now is importing nearly 70% of its LPG from non-state of Hormuz sources. They've also mentioned that at this point of time, India is in a very comfortable position in terms of LPG stocks. We are in a better position than most of the other countries around the world. We have at this point the total storage capacity of nearly 70 days. And we have 40 different crude sources at this point who are willing to supply crude oil to us. Now, the ministry officials have also maintained that India is in a comfortable position despite this conflict escalating in the Middle East. However, now when the situation has been brought under control because we have more non-state of Hormuz sources.
Did the briefing have some information on the committee that was set up? I was supposed to meet at 10 a.m. in the morning. Has the committee of executive directors of the oil marketing companies come to a decision on the reallocation of gas supplies? I think we lost the line there with Harsh. We'll get him back. But essentially, Gesu, what we are seeing is the government is tiding over the situation, asking agencies or the gas agencies specifically to make sure that panic does not spread, that they assure the customers and end users that there is no constraint on regular supplies that they are supposed to get as per their calendar of bookings. And the government has increased the production of LPG by about 10% is what we are getting to hear from that same briefing. If we get Harsh back, we'll get more information, Gesu. But as of now, it seems the situation, according to the government, is under control. And whatever we are seeing on the ground by way of a scramble or the hotel industry, specifically the restaurant industry, complaining is essentially an impact of the reallocation that's been done, prioritizing PNG, which is the home distribution of gas, and the LPG cylinders.
Yeah. Abhishek, despite the fact that, the government has said that India now remains in a comfortable position, also speak to us about that, they've made a priority list. And first on that list, needless to say, remains the domestic consumer, the domestic needs that are to be met. And second on the list are educational institutes and hospitals. But hoteliers in the hospitality sector, which is one of the most booming sectors in India, do not find a mention on the list. So do you think that this panic somewhere or the other is also because of the fact that they have not been included in the list of essentials?
Well, you see, the fact of the matter is somebody has to get impacted because half our energy supplies are stuck through, because of the Strait of Hormuz choke due to the war. Qatar, which supplies two-fifths of our energy, they've completely shut down. They are not producing any gas. They are not supplying any gas. So obviously, by the time we pivot to other sources, which the government obviously is doing, it takes time to get those supplies coming in. So if it takes 5 days to 7 days time, the government has to make do with the existing constraints and the reduction in those supplies, and that's why there's a reallocation and the committee that's been set up. So if you look at the prioritization that's been done, and you rightly mentioned, the domestic consumers get first priority, then the hospitals and educational institutions, and then other sectors get allocations. So obviously, whosoever or whichever sector gets adversely affected, they're going to complain, they're going to crib. But that's something with which we have to live at least for the next 5 to 7 days, with all the indication coming in from Washington, D.C. that maybe a war fatigue is building up. If you read between the lines, maybe the military objectives have been achieved, and there might be a breather, and that's gotten reflected, for example, in the reaction of markets worldwide today, which were up 1.5% from yesterday's close. So we are looking at the possibility of the war tapering off, and then the supplies would be back upstream, and hopefully the situation of crisis would be over. But for the time being, everyone has to live with those reallocations, including the hotel and restaurant industry.
Right, Abhishek. In fact, we're also told that, in terms of diversification, not just in the LPG sector, but also if we talk about the Strait of Hormuz, our earlier 55 to at least 60% dependence on that strait has now been reduced. We've now actually diversified. We're looking at almost 70% new members, new partners that we've collaborated with when it comes to petroleum, fuel, crude, even Brent crude is in question. And as we talk about LPG, also the government has invoked the Essential Commodities Act from 1955, and that also under the emergency provisions, they have now asked industries, the public sector industries, to up their production of the liquefied petroleum gas to address the, of course, domestic consumers first. But I think that will also have an impact on the hospitality industry eventually. They will be brought under the fold eventually. But first and foremost, India has remained clear on its resolve that their interest will lie with their people first. And I think that's a commendable move from the side of the government in such a quick, short span of time.
Well, we have seen the crisis build up since the war started. The government decided on day 2 or 3 itself that this might have consequences for our energy supplies, and that's why we had the minister briefing or the briefings happening daily. And for those briefings to happen, all the heads of these oil marketing companies would meet first and deliberate on the situation. They would brief the government, the secretary and the minister, and then subsequently the information and the data would come to us. So yes, marshalling of resources and the marshalling of data both have happened pronto, and that's really resulted in India, for example, faring much better than what is happening in our neighborhood. Look at Pakistan. They had to shut down schools. Look at Bangladesh. They had to shut down offices, the government offices. So obviously that's because they did not plan and anticipate the consequences. We did. And that's why the information coming out today, again, for example, that the stocks are comfortable, the supplies are okay, not disrupted, and that we can go on for some more time before the impacts get wider.
Yeah, thanks for bringing it to round for us, Abhishek. In fact, viewers, quickly shifting focus. Now we're also looking at another breaking development. A footage has been released by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, and it shows another US military base, the Harir base in Iraq, under attack. Now, these are the visuals on your screens. Look at that missile launch. This is what the IRGC ground forces have released. They have said that this missile barrage was used to strike US's Harir base in Iraq. Now, as the war continues to expand, the IRGC continues to strike several US military establishments and installations across the Gulf region. With the latest strike, the footage being released by IRGC ground forces, and the latest strike being pummeled on US's Harir base in Iraq. That's the latest that we're getting in. Now, viewers, amid the ongoing war in West Asia, US is heavily involved, not as a direct stakeholder, but siding shoulder to shoulder with Israel in its aggression against Iran. Now, Trump has heavily patted his own administration on the back, saying that they're doing a great job. In fact, this also comes as he's exchanged a few blows with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Take a look at this.
Top of the line. I said, why didn't we just capture the ship? We could have used it. Why did we sink them? They said, it's more fun to sink them. I said, that's not.
This morning, I'm thrilled to announce that we have reached a breakthrough trade deal with the United Kingdom.
Well, I think you could say it both. It's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar. They have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it. I had a very good call with President Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight. And there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to be helpful. I said, you could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. But we had a very good talk. And he wants to be very constructive. Hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well, they caught the assassin that was after me. So we just got them first, but they caught the assassin. They have him now in custody that was after me. So
they would have come in after us because I see the Democrats trying to justify it, and they're failing because the voter on the street is saying, you got to be kidding. But I see where they're going, where they're always saying, no, there was no reason. Well, I'll give you the best reason of all. Within a week, if they were going to attack us, 100%. They were ready. They had all these missiles, far more than anyone thought. And they were going to attack us. But they were going to attack all of the Middle East and Israel. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it on Israel.
You mean the new supreme leader? You mean the son?
How can there be an Iran?
Well, I don't want to say that, but I was disappointed because we think it's going to lead to just more of the same problem for the country. So I was disappointed to see their choice.
You just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a Tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But Tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows.
Iran's drone and missile capability is being utterly demolished. The Navy is gone. It's all lying at the bottom of the ocean. 46 ships. Can you believe it?
Viewers, now this is all that we could pack for you in this edition of the News Bulletin, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we're also tracking how the Indian government has now invoked the Essential Commodities Act to safeguard India's domestic home supplies for the liquefied petroleum gas and to address the shortages coming after the West Asian tensions continue to climb. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
يا نحش اللي يشيل الشيعة صرتنا طاح المرتفع.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, as the world stares at an energy crisis with the West Asia war entering its 11th day, government sources now say LPG domestic supply is in a comfortable position. We'll get you all the details on that. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Saudi's largest producer, Aramco CEO, warns of global consequences and drastic domino effect on aviation and agriculture. Government invokes Essential Commodities Act to ensure LPG supply, orders refineries to divert key streams. LPG committee constituted to review representations, a panel to now review representations for supplies to hotels and industries. Amid West Asia war, government now issues orders to oil refineries for higher LPG production using extra production for domestic LPG use. Crude oil prices fall 13% in 24 hours globally after crossing $110 per barrel. Crude oil now eases to $88.9 per barrel. Heated debate erupts in Lok Sabha as opposition now brings a motion against Speaker Birla, even raises Epstein files and General Naravane issue. Welcome viewers. Our top focus at this hour now, there being British anti-war protesters demonstrate outside the UK's Royal Air Force Fairford base as the US Air Force now starts using the UK bases for attacking Iran. Protesters have been carrying out placards reading US warmongers, go home and hands off Iran. So those are the slogans and the placards now being raised at the protest, which is essentially against the US and Israel's war against Iran. We're looking at these British protesters now raising placards against the US action on Iran as well as Israeli action. We're getting you live visuals of these protests at Royal Air Force base in UK. Remember, this comes after UK gave permission to US for using its bases in its war against Iran. Now there's more breaking news coming in. Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson now says all the conflicts should be resolved through negotiations, but Doha cannot act as a mediator while it is still under attack from Iran. Now the spokesperson added that Iran continues to target Qatar's civilian infrastructure while communications with all the parties are ongoing to find a way out of this conflict. So we're looking at, Qatar has played as the role of the mediator in a conflict before as well between Hamas as well as Israel. But Qatar now says it can only mediate once the attacks coming in from the Iran side stop. It says Iran continues to target its civilian infrastructure, and once the attacks stop, one can in fact move towards mediation. That's the latest statement coming in from Doha, which in fact has acted before as a mediator in the conflicts involving Israel as well as Hamas. All right, viewers, more breaking news coming in on day 11 of the war in West Asia. We're now getting some updates regarding Iranian missiles now getting launched, in fact, in Ramat Gan, that's east of Tel Aviv. So Iranian missiles essentially now targeting Israeli cities. These are visuals from Tel Aviv, where Iranian missiles, in fact, have been intercepted. Some of them, and some, in fact, have been damaging a civilian infrastructure in Tel Aviv. We're looking at the aftermath of these attacks. Visuals on your screen are showing you the damaged buildings in Tel Aviv right after Iranian missiles hit a few of them in the city. That is the latest wave of attacks carried out by IRGC. It's the 33rd wave that's been carried out by Iran against Israeli cities. And these are visuals from Tel Aviv showing you the aftermath of these attacks which have been carried out by Iran. Now, some of the missiles have been intercepted, but some, in fact, have been a direct hit. And as a result, buildings have been damaged in Tel Aviv in the latest attacks as well. These are visuals on your screen showing you the aftermath of these hits, in fact, by the Iranian missiles in the city of Tel Aviv. All right, viewers, strikes and counter-strikes continue from both the sides. And now we've got some breaking updates about Israel launching a fresh wave of strikes on Tehran. The Israeli Air Force, in fact, has said it has launched a wave of strikes targeting assets to offer, in fact, the Iranian terror regime in Tehran. So those are the latest wave of attacks carried out by Israel on the Iranian capital. Several targets now being hit in Tehran is what we're given to understand. We're getting you visuals of those strikes as well. Now, these are the latest wave of strikes carried out by Israel against Iran. Capital city Tehran coming under bombardment, in fact, unleashed by Israeli Air Force. Now, those are the visuals on your screen showing you the latest attacks carried out by the Israeli Air Force on the capital of Iran, Tehran, coming under heavy bombardment. In fact, it is being called as the heaviest air raids carried out by the Israeli forces since the war began on February 28th. This is the overnight strikes carried out by the Israeli forces on the capital city of Iran. Now, viewers, we've got another breaking news. Israeli Air Force has completed their strikes overnight, targeting key Iranian military sites, including an IRGC underground weapons research complex and the main Quds Force headquarters as well. All the strikes aiming to degrade the regime's missile development and operational capabilities. So those are the latest strikes carried out by the IDF, targeting the key military facilities of the IRGC to, in fact, inflict most damage that they can to their operational capabilities. Those are the attacks that we're now looking at on your screen. IRGC targets being hit all across the capital city of Tehran. This is the latest wave of airstrikes carried out by the Israeli forces. All right, viewers, we're getting some more visuals as well of the Israeli strikes on the oil depot near the Kerman airport in Iran. Now, those are the latest strikes carried out by Israel, in fact, on oil infrastructure in the capital city of Iran, as well as in other areas across the country. Now, the latest strikes have been carried out on the Kerman airport, near the airport, on oil depots. And you can see the thick black plume of smoke, in fact, rising into the air right after the attacks were carried out on oil depots. Remember, this is the second wave of strikes carried out by Israel on the oil infrastructure of Iran. Yesterday as well, there were attacks on oil depots all across the capital city of Tehran. And now we're looking at essentially the second wave of attacks carried out by Israel on oil depots. These are visuals from near the Kerman airport of Iran. All right, viewers, now shifting focus. Australia has granted humanitarian asylum to 5 members of Iran's women's national football team who were in the country for a tournament when the Iran war began. Now, this move comes days of pressure after Iranian groups said and called out the government of Australia to give these women asylum. And in fact, Donald Trump also urged Canberra to protect the athletes who are present in their country. Here's the full report. Take a look. Before the war began, Iran's women's national football team had arrived in Australia for Women's Asian Cup. But they could not go back as the war had begun by then. Australia has now granted humanitarian visas to 5 of these women. Athletes have been moved from a hotel on Australia's Gold Coast to a secure location. Visas have been finalized after players requested protection from Australian officials.
Late last night, we issued 5 humanitarian visas to members of the Iranian women's soccer team. Australians have been moved by the plight of these brave women. They're safe here and they should feel at home here.
Officials are now assessing requests from other members of the team. Australian Home Minister says the offer of protection remains open to other members of the Iranian squad.
The same opportunity is there. Australia has taken the Iranian women's soccer team into our hearts. These women are tremendously popular in Australia, but we realise they are in a terribly difficult situation with the decisions that they're making.
Earlier, the athletes drew international attention as they chose to remain silent as Iran's national anthem played before their opening match. A symbolic protest against the Iranian regime. It also came after US President Donald Trump urged Canberra to grant the team protection. Trump criticized Australia earlier this week for allowing the players to return to Iran. In a social media post, he warned they could face serious danger if forced to go back. With the war now in its 11th day, uncertainty continues for the rest of the Iranian squad. All right, viewers, we've got some more breaking news coming in. Government sources have now informed the Republic that oil marketing companies will be talking to various restaurant associations to understand their problems of LPG supply. A committee of about 3 members comprising executive directors of IOC, HPCL and BPCL has been formed by the government to listen to their grievances and their genuine requirement of commercial LPG, in fact, will be met. Now, this committee will also reprioritize the supply as per the requirements. And due to this, domestic LPG production has now been increased by 10% in the last few days. Consignment of LPG as well as LNG is now coming in from various sources, expecting some more new consignment very soon as well, is what government sources are now telling us. They say we were in crisis earlier, but today we are not in crisis of petroleum products. Indian refineries are running in full capacity as they were operating before the Iran-Israel conflict. In fact, the government sources also say they are now sourcing about 70% of our crude oil supply from sources which are other than a Strait of Hormuz, which remains blocked due to the war. All right, my colleague Harsh now joins me with more details on this. Harsh, we're hearing that as far as LPG is concerned, India sits in a very comfortable position. Government sources have now said that they are getting most of their requirement from other than Strait of Hormuz sources.
Well, right. In fact, this is the biggest breaking of the hour that government officials have confirmed Republic that India at this point has now started to import nearly 70% of the LPG sources from non-Strait of Hormuz sources. These were earlier nearly 55 to 60%. This is a substantial increase of 10%. All of the refineries here in India have been ordered to produce more and more LPG, and these production will only be prioritized and will be given to domestic users, and non-domestic users will be given these supplies on a non-priority basis. However, also there is a situation of panic among non-commercial domestic non-domestic LPG users. They have there is a situation of panic. To clarify that, a committee of 3 members comprising executive directors of IOC, HPCL and BPCL has been formed by the government to listen to their problems, and if there is a genuine requirement from these businesses, they'll be given LPG cylinders. They have continued to maintain that India stands in a very comfortable position. We are in a better position than most of the other countries. In fact, we have 40 different sources to supply us crude. We have 70 days of storage capacity, and India stands in a very comfortable position as of today. There is no possibility in the near future that we can see a price hike at petrol pumps or diesel pumps. We are in a situation where all of our petrol, diesel and CNG pumps are supplying on normal capacities. We are in a situation where our LPG cylinders are in a comfortable. We have a comfortable stock of the LPG cylinders. However, priority is being given to domestic users.
All right, so big takeaway is that India today is in a very comfortable position. Domestic use will be prioritized, but grievances of the commercial players will also be heard. Thank you, Harsh, for joining us and giving us those crucial updates. Now here's another breaking news coming to light from the war in West Asia. Footage of IRGC ground forces missile strikes on the US's Harira base has now been released in Iraq. We're looking at US base now being attacked by Iranian missiles in Iraq. In fact, IRGC has put up this video showing how its missiles are now pounding the US base in Iraq. In fact, this is the US Harira base, which has now been attacked by Iranian missiles. And the video of this attack has now been put up by the IRGC, showing how missiles are being launched to attack the base in Iraq. All right, viewers, now Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson said we have a different supply lines, but closing our Strait of Hormuz and threatening its security negatively impacts everyone. Now, the statement says that no one can dictate to us with whom we deal and with whom we take a diplomatic call. That's a call that will be taken, in fact, by Qatar itself. That's the latest statement which has been released by the Qatar's ministry, saying that they will take a call on with whom they deal and with whom they don't. In fact, also saying that the oil disruptions caused by Iran by blocking a Strait of Hormuz is now impacting everyone around the globe. That's the statement that is coming from Qatar regarding the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial economic corridor through which about 1/5 of the global oil passes through, which now essentially stands blocked. That's the big statement coming in from Qatar on the blockade caused by Iran on the Strait of Hormuz, saying that everyone currently is now being, in fact, is now being impacted by this. That's the latest statement released by Qatar on the Strait of Hormuz closure, saying it affects everyone. Now, viewers, have got another breaking news regarding Donald Trump's recent statement made on the war in West Asia. US President now, he says he could talk to Iran. He's in fact informed the US media he could speak to Iran. So we could essentially be looking at a major breakthrough. You know, until then, it seemed there would be no dialogue between the two warring countries, no negotiations. But now it seems they may be inching closer towards the negotiating table, as Donald Trump has now said he could talk to Iran, which means there is some hope that things could go back to the negotiating table, as Donald Trump now in his latest statement says he is willing to speak to Iran. So he's shown some willingness to negotiate with Iran, to engage with Iran, at least for now, so which means the war could in fact see at least a temporary pause, as both the sides could now return to the negotiating table. That's the latest statement of viewers coming in from the US President. He says he will be speaking to Iran. So there is now willingness on the part of the US President, who in fact was hell-bent on bombarding Iran. But now he says he is willing to speak to Iran. So we could be looking at some engagement between the warring parties, some, in fact, climbing down some negotiation, some dialogue between the two warring parties. It is day 11 of the war in West Asia, and now we could be looking at both the sides returning to the negotiating table. This, as the US President Donald Trump now says he's willing to speak to Iran. Now, of course, the terms and the conditions regarding the conversation have not been released yet, but he's expressed a willingness to engage with the other side, to engage with the warring party. He says he is willing to now speak to Iran. That's the latest statement, viewers, coming in from the US President Donald Trump regarding the war in West Asia. On day 11, Donald Trump now says he is willing to speak to Iran. So in fact, we'll have to see when that conversation will take place and the terms and the conditions of it. Will there be a third-party mediation that could help bring both the sides on the table? All right, Major General G.D. Bakshi now joins us on the broadcast. Thank you, Major General G.D. Bakshi, for joining us on Republic. I want to ask you, sir, the latest statement by Donald Trump says he's willing to talk to Iran. He's now expressed willingness to negotiate with Iran. How do you read this statement, sir?
Thank God some sense has prevailed. It was a most ill-thought-through operation. They grossly underestimated Iran's military power, readiness to fight its ballistic missile stockpile, and its technological effectiveness and accuracy, which has enhanced manifold with the Bidyao cluster of Chinese satellites, right? And as part of this, they have had to run to make their aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln withdraw 1,000 miles to get out of the range, of Iranian missiles, right? They have paid a price already. A huge price has been paid, and all that talk, highfalutin talk of regime change, nations, state destruction has all come to absolute naught. Right. They have had to General Bakshi with it. Vijay Singh Saab kahan baithe?
So what do you think has triggered this statement or this decision by Donald Trump? Do you think it's the pressure coming in due to the energy crisis that the world over is now witnessing? Do you think it's a domestic pressure? What do you think has triggered this decision?
The closure of the Straits of Hormuz has raised the price of oil, has touched over $110 per barrel yesterday. Yes. There are so many tankers stuck in the Straits of Hormuz. There was bloodbath on the stock markets in the United States, right? And then Donald Trump decided that, wisdom is the better part of valor. And he has decided to call it off. There was hubris on the part of America and Israel, which has turned out to be absolutely misplaced. And it will cause a lot of reputational damage to the United States as a military power. This is a crucial battle as far as the future of the world is concerned, whether it will be a unipolar world again or it is fully multipolar now. American empire is on the decline. That is now clearly evident. Clearly evident. And they have hastened their own decline by this foolish, ill-thought-through venture.
Right, sir. And sir, hoping that hostilities will now come to an end, we could be looking at a pause. In that case, how would you assess the whole Operation Epic Fury by US? Would you call it a failure or an epic mistake as Iran is now claiming the operation to be?
You see, it is not only a mistake, it's a tragic mistake, not just for the world per se, the global economy per se, but for India, for the whole of Asian states, Japan, Korea, China, and even the United States has paid a price.
Right, sir.
Thank you.
Right, sir. And also, sir, for Iran, how do you gauge this? Because certainly a regime change has not taken place. In fact, we've seen celebrations are now taking place across the country for the new leader. All right, we'll try to connect with Major General G.D. Bakshi there. But viewers, that's the big takeaway at this hour. Donald Trump now saying he is willing to speak to Iran to try and bring both the warring parties to some negotiating table. So we could be looking at a breakthrough in the war in West Asia, which in fact has been going through for the past 11 days. And is a now triggered energy crisis world over. But now we could be looking at a pause with Donald Trump now saying he is willing to speak to Iran. All right, viewers, that's what we're looking at. He's already spoken to the Russian president before, and now he says he could also be engaging with the Iranian leadership. Now, we're certainly looking at a major breakthrough. But the question is it the energy crisis? Is it the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz which triggered the decision by Donald Trump, which made him dial down his rhetoric? Because even yesterday, Donald Trump was saying he will be hitting Iran hard. But today, he's shifted his stance to saying he's willing to now speak to the leadership in Iran. So what exactly triggered that change? And is it the pressure by the energy crisis or the domestic pressure coming in from the US for Trump? Of course, that will have to be seen. But that's the big takeaway at this point. Donald Trump saying he's willing to engage with the leaders of Iran. What in fact, when in fact the conversation will take place is not known yet. But we're certainly looking at some breakthrough, some dialogue that could take place now between Iran and the US, as Trump now says he's willing to speak to Iran. All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching. And on the other side, we discuss how the government of India has now invoked the Essential Commodities Act to ensure LPG supply and has also ordered refineries to divert their key streams. All right, the crisis over LPG, government released a statement, says right now the stock is in a comfortable position.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you, getting into all the latest from the war in West Asia and the impact, of course, that it's happening on the world across. But first, a quick check of the headlines at 5. Saudi's largest oil producer, Aramco CEO, warns of global consequences and drastic domino effect on aviation agriculture. Government invokes the Essential Commodities Act, the ECA, to ensure LPG supply, orders refineries to divert key streams. LPG committee constituted to review representations, panel to review representations for supplies to hotels and industries. Amid West Asia war, government issues orders to oil refineries for higher LPG production and using extra production for domestic LPG use. Crude oil prices fall 13% in 24 hours globally after crossing $110 per barrel. Crude oil eases to $88.9. Heated debate in Lok Sabha as opposition brings the motion against Speaker, even raises Epstein files and General Narvane's issue. Right, we have breaking news coming in right now. Donald Trump has made a big statement right now amidst the war. He says that it's possible he could talk to Iran. Well, that's a big statement coming in from Donald Trump. Is he indicating a climb down? Well, that remains to be seen. Trump says he could talk to Iran. Trump tells the US media could speak to Iran. Major Trump climb down? Is it on the cards? That's what we are trying to understand. He's looking for ways to end the war now. Is he looking for ways? Because that's what he has said. But what's really the intentions? What's the indication out there is, of course, a matter of course, speculation and understanding. That's the update we have right now. Donald Trump saying he could talk to Iran after calling for surrender, no talks until surrender. And now he says that it could be very much a war that is completed. Defense expert Major Samar Paltur joins us in the broadcast. We'll connect with him in a bit. But that's the big update. Iran, Trump says Iran has no navy, no communications, no air force. We are pretty much end of the war, he says. And he said that the missiles of Iran are down to a scatter. But most importantly, he's saying that he could be talking to Iran. And that's the update. In fact, earlier there was a phone call between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, an hour-long phone call as well. And we do not know what really transpired. Kremlin had said that there were no new talk state or anything, but there is some sort of indication being given by the President of the United States himself when he says that he could be talking to Iran. On what basis and how is he looking for those talks? We do not know yet. He says the Iran war will end very soon. That's what he has said. Major Samar Paltur joins us on the broadcast. Major, how do you read this latest statement that has come in from Donald Trump?
Rakshita, you see the amount of damage that Iran has caused all the natural gas and energy suppliers to the West. I think Iran has made it very clear that if Iran's oil cannot be sent to the world, then Iran will also not allow any other Gulf coordinating countries' oil to go to the West. So with the destruction of the commercial infrastructure of the companies which are providing these energy, oil and gas to the West, I think it's been a real massive hit back to the Americans. And with President Putin again threatening to stop all natural gas going to Europe immediately with immediate effect, So that is again going to put a lot of pressure on the Americans from the Europeans. So basically, America is now surrounded commercially by its own allies who are heavily dependent upon, oil by the Gulf countries. And Iran has done a very smart move by incapacitating these infrastructures which were providing, the resources to the USA mainly. And as a result, I think it's a win-win situation for Iran, because Iran, despite it having lost its navy, basically the main motive of Iran is, attrition, destruction, collateral damage, and it has, sufficiently achieved that by deploying its missiles. And as of now, they've not even come to Khorramshahr or the upgraded versions of the missiles. They've been actually emptying the old stockpiles of the missiles. They have overwhelmed the air defense systems of the West. The batteries have been exhausted. They do not have interceptors at many locations. The vulnerability is increasing. And other than that, the blow that has come to the US is that Qatar has given a statement today morning that GCC countries of the Gulf are not willing to go to war against Iran. Why? The Qatari minister has said that once the GCC gets into war with Iran, Americans will move out and Americans will end up selling their weapons to both the sides, and this conflict will never have an end. It will be an endless conflict.
Right.
As a result, the sensible and wise Gulf country leaders are taking a call not to fight against each other on the behest of the Americans. And the Americans are actually blinded all over the Gulf. Their radars are gone. The infrastructures have been decimated. And probably Iran has sent out a message to the Gulf countries that, if you accommodate or help anyone who's attacking or getting harm to Iran, will also be a target. So the message has been very amply clear to the other Gulf nations. And I strongly feel that it is the end to the war. It will not go ahead. And the few of the stock markets have opened up on a positive note today. So they are not in favor of this war at all. And they are moving ahead towards normalization. So I certainly feel that Trump has been left out. And I think TACO is in effect, which is the trending term that Trump always chickens out. So this is what's happening now. So Americans are at the receiving end. Israel is also at the receiving end. And you see the ground reality, Rachita. You have to have the troops on the ground if you want a decisive victory. Without any troops on the ground, it can go on for 5 years, it can go on for 10 years. But until you do not have your own military on the ground, there is not going to be a concrete outcome to this.
Right.
So I certainly feel that the Americans are under pressure.
No option
and
for
moreover,
Trump.
there is a news that there has been a plane full of mortal remains of American soldiers which has landed at a certain Air Force base in US. The details are not being disclosed much, but it has been covered by CNBC News. And that was very cryptic. And after that, they blacked out that news. But however, the clippings are out, the captions are out, and people are talking about it. So yes, I think with coming few days, the momentum of this war should die down, should reduce. Rakshita.
Right. Major Samar Pathur, many thanks for joining us, giving us an understanding of that situation that's unfolding right now. We're closely tracking what Trump has said. Viewers, Trump, in the latest, for all those tuning in, has said that it's possible that there could be talks with Iran. That's what he has told the American media, which indicates at sort of a climb down. Of course, remains to be seen what really happens. Meanwhile, we're trying to get you more updates as far as the war in West Asia is concerned. In fact, the US-Israel-Iran war has entered the 11th day, with the conflict showing no signs, at least on ground, of slowing down. Even as massive air raids rocked Tehran overnight, Donald Trump claimed the war could end soon, while also warning Iran of devastating retaliation if it attempts to disrupt global oil supplies. And at the same time, Iran has ruled out returning to the negotiation table despite international mediation efforts. Here's a report on how the conflict is intensifying across the region.
Day 11 of the US-Iran war, and Tehran is once again under fire. Dozens of explosions rocked the Iranian capital in what is being described as the heaviest air raids since the war began. Israeli air forces say the strikes targeted military infrastructure, drone facilities, including sites linked to the Revolutionary Guard. But even as the bombing intensifies, US President Donald Trump insists the war may not last very long.
I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion. How good is our military, right? Amazing. How good. Short-term. Short-term. Thank you. They're great. You know, we all together, in my first term, we rebuilt our military. And I didn't know I'd be using it so much in the second term, but we have a military like no other. It's not even close.
But Iran has made its position clear. It will not return to the negotiating table unless guarantees are provided that attacks against the country will stop.
ما داریم انجام بدیم توقف جنگ دست جمهوری اسلامی ایران هست. یعنی هر وقت جمهوری اسلامی ایران تصمیم بگیرد، حتی اونها متوقف بشوند، تصمیم نهایی با جمهوری اسلامی ایران هست در این زمینه، چون اونها تجاوز کردن، اونها عملیات مسلحانه انجام دادن. ما باید در واقع موقعی متوقف بشویم که بتونیم احساس بکنیم یا تضمینی داشته باشیم که این اقدامات تجاوزکارانه مجددا روی نمیده و اونها مسئولیت اقدامات خودشون رو باید بپذیرن.
At the same time, Trump issued a sharp warning to Tehran, saying it would strike Iran 20 times harder if it attempts to block oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz.
We're in a very good position, but very unfair to other parts of the world, like China as an example. I mean, we're doing this for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits. So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship with President Xi in China. I'm going there in a short period of time. And we're protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do.
Meanwhile, Iran is not backing down. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard has now launched the 33rd wave of retaliatory attacks, promising to deploy its heaviest missiles against Israel and US targets. As Tehran burns under heavy bombardment and retaliation intensifies, the question now is whether the end of war is near.
All right, and we have some breaking news coming in right now from the war zone. What we understand is that the IRGC has intercepted the Heron drone, and it has intercepted this drone in the Markazi province. You have the remains of that intercepted drone on the ground in that picture we are running right now, first from Republic TV. Now, the Heron is a UAV, medium altitude long endurance UAV that is used by Israel, and it's capable of medium altitude long endurance. And this is one of the important drones for Israel, but this is now intercepted by the Israeli forces. I beg your pardon, the Iranian forces, as the picture now shows. That's the breaking news we are getting in right now. Earlier as well, we've seen IRGC claiming to have downed Israel's Heron drone. In fact, there's some more breaking news coming in right now. The Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesperson says that there are different supply lines, but closing the Strait of Hormuz and threatening its security negatively impacts everyone. So this is on the situation right now, the energy crisis. It's unfolding amidst the war and the blockage at the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Qatar says that no one can dictate to us with whom we deal diplomatically. Qatar saying no one can dictate them the terms, and that the Strait of Hormuz closure has affected energy scenario, the security across the globe. And that is the breaking news we have right now. Of course, we've seen that this is a widespread impact has been witnessed because of the closure of Strait of Hormuz. And now Qatar says that no one can dictate it, the diplomatic policy, who it engages with or he doesn't engage with. And that's coming in amidst the war that continues to unfold, and many the supplies remain paralyzed. And now we was just getting you more updates. Donald Trump is now facing intense scrutiny following the reports and videos of the evidence, in fact, there have been video evidence of a U.S. Tomahawk cruise missile striking a girls' school in Minab of Iran. Now, the footage appears to show the missile hitting an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, that is IRGC's naval base, followed moments later by massive plumes of smoke rising from the nearby Shajara Tayyaba school. Now, the video contradicts earlier claims that Iran itself was responsible for this attack. An incident has, of course, become a flashpoint for the administration as it is being accused of war crimes. We have this report.
Shocking new visuals are raising serious questions about a deadly strike in southern Iran. A video now circulating online appears to show a US Tomahawk missile hitting an Iranian military facility next to a girls' elementary school where scores of children were killed. US President Donald Trump has denied the allegations, saying he does not know enough about the reports.
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But Tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report.
Trump argued that the cruise missile, which is made by the American defense contractor Raytheon, is sold and used by other countries, and that Iran also has some Tomahawks. The president also claimed that Iran has access to the American Tomahawk cruise missile, which was likely used to strike a girls' school in Iran, killing over 165 people. While Raytheon sells the missile to allied countries like Japan and Australia, there is no evidence to suggest that Iran has gotten its hands on the cruise missile. International condemnation has grown over the incident, accusing the Trump-led administration of committing war crimes.
We continue to raise the alarm over the humanitarian impact of escalating violence across parts of the Middle East, which is driving rising civilian casualties, damage to civilian infrastructure, and growing displacement of people.
While Iran has denounced the attack as a war crime, the United Nations expressed serious concern over the deadly missile strike on a girls' school and escalating civilian casualties in the region.
Meanwhile, Bahrain says that 105 missiles, 176 drones have been intercepted. In a statement, the General Command of the Bahrain Defense Force says it intercepted and destroyed 105 missiles and 176 drones since Iran's retaliatory strikes on nations hosting U.S. forces and assets engulfed the region. That's the breaking news we have right now. So in total, ever since the war has broken out, we've seen that it has been full-on game of drones, of course, and ballistic missiles from the Iranian side. If we talk about Bahrain now says that 105 missiles and 170 drones have been intercepted from the Iranian side, that have been fired from the Iranian side. And that's the update on the 11th day of the war. And Bahrain now updating the figures as to the interception of the ballistic missiles and drones are concerned. All right. Now, Australia has granted humanitarian asylum to 5 members of Iran's women's national football team who were in the country for a tournament when the Iran war began. The move comes after just days of pressure from Iranian groups in Australia and calls from US President Donald Trump urging Canberra to protect the athletes. Here's a full report.
Before the war began, Iran's women's and national football team had arrived in Australia for Women's Asian Cup. But they could not go back as the war had begun by then. Australia has now granted humanitarian visas to 5 of these women. Athletes have been moved from a hotel on Australia's Gold Coast to a secure location. Visas have been finalised after players requested protection from Australian officials.
Late last night, we issued 5 humanitarian visas to members of the Iranian women's soccer team. Australians have been moved by the plight of these brave women. They're safe here and they should feel at home here.
Officials are now assessing requests from other members of the team. Australian Home Minister